What is up, everyone? What is up? Happy Sunday. What's everyone up to this weekend? Hope everyone's having a great time. It's been a long day. I actually slept in, out of all things, till like about 10 today because I was up so late after movie night and then forgot to do some of my laundry. Have to do the adult things. Boo! I did crank out a couple of videos, though, at least, for YouTube and such. There should be clips trickling over to the YouTube Shorts and TikTok in the matter of the coming weeks. Just so you know, YouTube is getting priority for a lot of my content as of the past few months, as I've said to many different people. So if you do want to see the latest content, it's going to be on there. Besides, a lot of the stuff that I put out, it's better suited for long-form content anyway, because you can't really fit it into a TikTok, and the honest truth is, as much as I like TikTok, because that's where I started, your attention span on TikTok is not that great. First time I came in on time. Hey, nice! Well, technically I'm a little early by a couple of hours. I had quite a few of my community ask if I could go on a little bit earlier because they were in different time zones, so I've been trying to be as accommodating as I can possibly be, given the fact that I'm not a full-time streamer. I'm a full-time cybersecurity engineer that does this on the side. Who knows, maybe one day that changes, but I'm not holding my breath. Hey, what's up, PowerPot? How's it going? But yeah, there's been a lot of stuff going. If you're standing, would this mean you're outstanding? Ha 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 ha. Well, it's 2100 here, but it's okay. 2100, so yeah, it's a few hours away from midnight for you. Yeah, so I'm glad that you're here. We have a few things to definitely talk about. So as I've talked about in the YouTube video that I just released this afternoon, there's a couple of concerning bills that are actually going through Congress in the United States that potentially could see restrictions on VPNs as a side effect. And that's on top of Senate Bill 20 that actually just got passed, which is actually going to be restricting certain types of content. And of course, all of this comes down to think of the children! But it doesn't actually help the children. They do everything but actually do things that would actually make a child's experience safer on the internet, and do everything they can to basically screw over all the adults that actually use the internet. So we had FADPA, which is the Foreign Anti-Digital Piracy Act, or let me make sure I got that name right. Hold on. I think it was the Foreign Anti-Digital Preventing Fire... hold on. Why do they have to come up with these? Foreign Anti-Digital Piracy Act. I was right the first time. Okay, cool. And then you have the Beard Act. Some of these acts, some of these bills that Congress puts through, they sound like they're just trying to make it sound like an acronym. So, Beard is the Blockbeard Site Blocking Act. Wait, is it just its own name inside of it? Like, I did not pay attention to that. Hold on, I'm gonna have to look into this. So Tom Tillis brought this order in. So let me see if I can find Tom Tillis Beard Act text. The Block Beard Act. Hold on. Oh, Block Bad Electronic Art and Recording Distributors, Block Beard Act of 2025. That's what it's going for. Denmark and EU are going to monitor everything. They already have Palantir on us. Yeah, that's been a little bit of a concern. I heard that Palantir bought a pretty popular biometric device. There was this ring that I know a bunch of people were raving about, saying like, oh, it's a little bit more accurate than, the Apple Watch and all this stuff. And then come to find out they're apparently bought by Palantir. I'm gonna have to figure it out. I just saw an ad for Life 360 where parents surveil their kids. What a world. So let me get this straight. I don't have as much of an issue of parents monitoring their kids' stuff to an extent. Like, let me put it this way. If you're in your, like, young adult years where you're still like a teen, but you're not quite fully, what's it called, the age of majority, I think you should let up the reins there. But if you're like 13 or younger, yeah, parents should definitely be more involved. Yeah, that ring. Something like a Halo ring. Yeah, I think it was, ring bought by Palantir. Maybe I can find out what it's called. Aura. Aura. The Aura ring. I think that's the ring I was talking about. The Aura ring. And apparently they have announced a partnership with the U.S. Department of Defense. And that's a little bit concerning. Because the funny thing was, I was actually looking at one of these rings to possibly get some better biometrics for myself. Because I do like to monitor my health, stats, workout, things like that. And I'm fine with the Apple Watch for all that stuff. And to be honest, that's one of the reasons why I'm still in the Apple ecosystem is, as I've been losing exercise and monitoring all of my stuff, the Apple ecosystem is a little bit better for fitness than it is the Google side of things. And I've been testing it. Like, this isn't just me, like, going, ooh, Apple's better. Like, no, if you recall, I have an Android phone. I tested out with a Pixel Watch 2. I was considering fully switching over. I don't think I'll ever be fully in one ecosystem or the other. I think I'm just always going to have my feet in both worlds of Android and iOS, especially with the nature of things. I'm using Signal and WhatsApp in my iPhones, and it's spying on me. Please, how is it possible? I don't know where you're getting that from. Aside from the, idea of, general phone communications can be easily spied on because there's backdoors to the telecommunications side of things. But Signal and WhatsApp to a lesser extent, because WhatsApp, there's metadata issues. We're not going to go down that rabbit hole. But they're both end-to-end encrypted. So there's not really much of a concern there. Even iMessage is relatively secure compared to... not SMS. What's the new standard they do? RCS. RCS, which is the new standard everyone's trying to do on Android, because the problem is RCS has encryption as an option, but not have everything there. Do you agree that Discord is more safer to talk anything about? No. I would not agree with that. It's an open platform. Nothing is really secured on that platform. Everything potentially can be open. There is no end-to-end encryption, where even some of my friends, where I talk on Discord, there's certain information and topics we will only discuss over on Signal. Or at least Matrix. Or should I say, preferably Matrix or at least Signal. What if all the CS would just stop all these companies with doing these things? Some must just... What do you mean? Cybersecurity? What about BitChat and SoulChat? Nope. BitChat's that Bluetooth thing. Bluetooth, if I recall, BitChat is... If BitChat is that Bluetooth thing I'm thinking of, Bluetooth itself is not a secure protocol. It's never really been that secure. And there's a lot of ways you can mess with it. Trust me, we have fun doing all sorts of fun things when we're at DEF CON with it. If you're wanting to do really... It's not... It's well, I wouldn't even say reasonably secure because it still has some time to mature, but the best approach would actually be Meshtastic. Meshtastic/Mesh Core. On the LoRa band, which is 915 megahertz in the US, 868 megahertz in the EU. Those are probably the better ones because you can at least AES encrypt it. Now, there are some vulnerabilities that were discovered while at DEF CON, but they can be patched and remediated. Can't the feds snoop on private Meshtastic channels, though? The feds can snoop on anything that's over radio because you're just broadcasting a signal over radio. There's nothing to stop. Let's say it's the same as using my ham radio or GMRS. If I use those, I'm just blasting a signal out over radio. Now, there may be, it may cryptographically be secure with AES 128 or AES 256, but that doesn't stop them from capturing the data if they are nearby and then decrypting it later. similar to what NSA has been trying to do for many years with their massive warehouses collecting data on all of this stuff by siphoning information off the pipes. Because many years ago, people were saying, oh, it's a conspiracy to think the NSA is listening to all of our data. And then we find out the AT&T literally has a closet doing exactly just that and feeding it to the NSA. Like, it's funny how many times cybersecurity people are regarded as crazy until, like, the reality comes out. Yeah, I forced most of the chat to Matrix. Yeah, I gotta force myself to do that. The issue is I still haven't gotten enough people over to Matrix. So, most of us are on Signal, at least, from the DEF CON side of things. I have a few DEF CON chats that are still in Signal and we're still active on. But yeah, what is the safest and most secure app or platform for communicating? Offline, in person. That's the most secure way. Short of that, Matrix. After that would be Signal. After that would be WhatsApp. Actually, no. Well, yeah, if we're not considering point-to-point stuff like Meshtastic, because Meshtastic, the limitation is you have to be within range of each other. So within a city, it's great. So if you're thinking about, like, political organization and, coordination, Meshtastic is great for that. Ham radio is great for that. Ham radio isn't secure by any means, but you can still do that. You still trust WhatsApp when it's owned by Facebook. I didn't say that. I called out earlier that I have issues with the metadata there and the metadata that they collect. But the reality is it's still been verified to be end-to-end encrypted. I still would prefer Signal, and then better than that would be Matrix, especially if you're running your own Matrix server. What is Matrix? Matrix is a decentralized communications protocol. So I actually run my own Matrix server. You're all welcome to join. So you can actually look. I'll put it up on screen. So I have this server right here. This server is all on Matrix. It's decentralized. And then there's even an encrypted chat room we have in there, Secure General, where you have to have each other verified to each other. There's a little bit more nuance and hoops that go into it because it still, needs to be polished a little bit more. But this, I think, is a decent platform. So far, we have about 88 people in my general chat over here. So, yeah, it's not nearly as active as the Discord, but it's a reasonable server that if Discord ever goes belly up, I will guarantee you the Matrix server will still be running around. My Matrix server is currently hosted over in Sweden, so it's under EU GDPR laws. My Mastodon server, by the way, is hosted in Belgium. Same reasons. Although, yeah, how many bots you got there? I don't really have any bots yet. I still have to figure out some moderation stuff. Well, looks, I'm not ignoring you. I just have a bunch of chats. Sorry. Do you know European Union trying to spy on people with new chat control who are going to make... Yeah, I've talked about chat control quite a bit. So, if you go over to my YouTube, I even have a few TikTok videos that have actually come out. I actually talked very much about this subject. I've been trying to signal boost it. I've been trying to tag a lot of cybersecurity creators on the side, individually, so that I can help get the signal boosted. I'm not trying to do this so that I can, promote myself. I'm doing this to promote the fact that these are concerning things. But there is a video, there's a few videos actually. Hold on, let me pull up my channel over here so we can show this. This includes Matrix and more. Yeah, I know, and if they do that, then I'll end up moving the servers, but that's another situation. Hopefully the chat control doesn't pass. My understanding is Germany was at least one of the big powers against it. But I keep hitting the wrong button. Hold on. Hold on. Your channel. Okay. Don't look in security chat. I'm not looking in the security chat. At least not on stream. Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing in there. Just y'all complaining. Which Matrix app? I use Element. That's the one I've been using personally. Is macOS still better because of efficiency or lagging years later? As a former Apple user that is a scorned Apple user, no. Mac ain't that great. It's actually more of a hindrance to a lot of my job. But yeah, there's a video I actually just released today, Beard Act and FATPA and ID laws. There is another video that is worthwhile checking out. A startup is selling your stolen data, and it's totally legal. We also put the video out about the Stingray Hunter. It should be on my desk somewhere. Yeah, here it is. So you can actually detect stingrays for about 30 bucks. We've got a few videos on the UK Online Safety Act, the Roblox situation, which also dives into, you know, the UK Online Safety Act and all that. Yeah, there's a few things on here. I think I even mentioned EU chat control in this one over here. But yeah, I've been working on trying to talk about that. Is U.S. controlled by Israel? Take the tinfoil hat off. Here's the reality. It's more about evangelical Christians and their weird ideals for how they're going to bring about the end of the world that actually is driving things than anyone thinks Israel's controlling it. My God. Save some tinfoil for the rest of us. Like, here's a reality check for the people that, you know, don't want to really think about this. If you take every single Jew, and by the way, we're just taking, like, just for simplicity, every single Jew, remove them from every single person that considers themselves a Zionist, even though, like, not every Jew does, you would still end up with an overwhelming amount of Christians there. In fact, this is what blows people's minds away. Do you know that a lot of the pro-Israel organizations, around 60 to 70% of all their funding actually comes from evangelical Christians? Blows people's minds. So do some critical thinking. Save some tinfoil for the rest of us. And if you really want to take that further, think about it this way. What does the book of Revelations in Christianity teach you? The end of the world. How do you bring about the end of the world? You get the majority of Jewish people in Israel to bring about the end of times. That is their end goal. I want you to understand that. Their vision is basically the apocalypse. They're not really for Jews. They just want us to die with extra steps. Yeah, people don't ever really think about that critically. Why does MacBook still run years later and my Windows laptop only lasts 3 months? Are you comparing a cheap Windows laptop, or are you comparing, because the average person that makes this point up is comparing a basic off-the-shelf laptop of Windows versus if you actually take one of my laptops last an average of 5 to 6 years with or without Windows. Because the problem is the average person's looking at MacBook, which is still a mid to mid-high range laptop in terms of the quality, and you're comparing it to a $300, $400 Acer laptop. That's not even a fair comparison. Compare it to a laptop of the same price, you're going to see that completely change. But even then, put Linux on it, that defeats your entire argument because it's not an issue of Windows. It's an issue of hardware you're talking about. Yeah, save the tinfoil for hobo meal and baked potatoes. Every country is like cyber fighting, and that's how it works. Everybody was cyber fighting. Those kids were hacking like lightning. I still use a Lenovo T460 with Arch and GNOME. It's fine. Never had a better laptop. Yeah, Lenovo's pretty great quality. I like, System 76 laptops. Those are also great. I've also been using, for my daily, I use a Tuxedo Computers. Still have my laptops over here. This is, my laptop over here. They, they can allow you to do custom designs on the back of it, or you can keep it clean. And, I even have my logo on the super key. So, yeah, I like this little laptop. Yes, I probably should have waited until they released the new version a couple months later with an NVIDIA 5070 and the new AMD Ryzen 9945HS, but the 8845 is still plenty fine on this. My laptops start getting bugs and viruses where my MacBook doesn't. That's an issue of Windows, not the hardware. You are comparing Mac as the entire hardware and software combination to Windows, the operating system, and not considering the hardware underneath it. And by the way, there's plenty of malware that happens on Mac. And there's plenty of bugs that happen on Mac. Trust me, my old MacBook's over here from when I used to be a Mac user. I used to disinfect quite a few computers with Mac. Mac has an increasing amount of malware out there. My Windows start getting bugs and viruses day one. Then what are you doing to mess up your computer day one? Like, let me put it this way. This stream box over here, I have occasional issues with it. It's running Windows 11 Enterprise. It's been running 4 years with barely any issues except for when Windows updates make things go weird. What's your best programming language? I don't really do too much programming, but when I do any kind of coding, it's more scripting. So Bash, PowerShell, Python, those are mostly what I work in. I made some updates, big improvements to my network, and the internet thinks I'm a bot. I also went dark in addresses. Yeah, that'll be a problem. Some websites can consider you as being a, you know, they look at certain behaviors and then they start treating you like a bot. Like, I get that all the time when I go to TikTok. Very few viruses on Linux, and when found, there's a fix to break the virus a lot of time. Yeah. Well, we don't really have viruses so much as we have rootkits. That's a whole other beast. There's not many rootkits out there, but I've been telling people, as Linux becomes more popular, that may actually change. The same way as Mac had to pull their advertising a long time ago, saying that Mac never got viruses. If you remember, that was an ad they got in serious trouble for because it was not true. They had to pull that ad series with the Mac versus PC line, especially because Mac was growing a little bit in popularity and there was Mac-specific malware coming about. Look, the reality is, and everyone deludes themselves into, you know, thinking otherwise, if your device is connected to the internet, there's a potential vulnerability for it. How many percentage the answers in ChatGPT? All right. I don't know. ChatGPT, for me personally, is probably about 80% accurate. I've had to correct quite a bit. What's your take on these basic certs? I don't have any basic certs. I'm not by any means shunning them. I just have a CISSP, but that's my only cert I have. I had a Dell desktop computer and it kept freezing. Again, which Dell computer? And there's so many things that could be happening from freezing. It could be as simple as you did something, you plugged in something, you installed something, or many other things. But I also have many Dell computers that I've set up for many years, and I've run BSD on them, Linux, and I've never had an issue. What local LLM do you run locally? At work, I run Mistral locally, if we're excluding things like Amazon Q that we use at work quite a bit. But I don't really have the ability to do local LLMs as much as I want for a lot of the things I want. I do want to upgrade my GPU eventually so I can have more VRAM. So eventually I'll probably want to get a 5070 or a 5080. I want to get like 16 gigs of RAM at least for that kind of stuff. I just bought some Asus Zen Wi-Fi. I'm wondering what VPN I should set up on it. You don't. People need to stop thinking that, oh, I just got this off-the-shelf router and then I can slap a VPN on it. They're not really designed to handle that. They may have the ability to handle it, but they're not designed to handle it. There's a difference between having the feature enabled and being able to support the feature properly. Because if you're running a VPN and it doesn't have like any AES accelerations or stuff like that, that's going to make it really slow. If you want to have a firewall, or at least a router, which actually would end up being a proper firewall, with a VPN, go with something like pfSense or even OpenSense. But that'll be requiring you to do a little bit more tinkering and stuff like that. At a certain point, you have to accept that the hardware that you're picking for a lot of these things is not really built for the tasks that you're having it do. What I'm trying to get at is use the right tool for the right job. And everything looks like a nail when you're using a hammer. Firewall block port 53. Sure! Won't affect me because I'm using DNS over TLS. Port 853. Woohoo. Wait, no. Yeah. Wait. One runs over... No, DNS over HTTPS runs over 443. DNS over TLS runs over 853, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Been a full-time Linux user for 8-ish years. Every time I touch Windows, it opens Windows Update. Yep, I can relate to that. I look at my Windows 11 stream box over here, and there's always an update for it. And it's annoying because, like, doing updates on Windows, oh, I got to go around and around and get the NVIDIA update. Oh, now I got to go to Elgato and get all the updates for that. Oh, now I got to go AverMedia for the update for that. Oh, now I got to find all the drivers that I have for, you know, all the different stuff I have. And then, oh, I got to do Windows Update too. Whereas Linux, sudo apt update, sudo apt upgrade, flatpak update, and reboot just to make it clean. Ta-da! They used Edge. That slowed down their computer. Yeah. Well, do you know why Windows users are always irritable? Because they're always on edge. I'm tempted to go to Linux since everything works great except for VR. Any recommendations? Oh, VR works on Linux. The Valve Index, I know straight up does have Linux support. There's another one, chat was telling me that there's also another company that has support. I'm not a VR person, but I know of a couple other people in my community over on the Discord that were talking about the VR setups they used inside of Linux. There's the Valve Index, and I want to say the Quest, or does that sound right? Again, not a VR person, so chat, correct me if I'm wrong. But there is Linux support for a lot of these things. Imagine updating your browser while it's running. Just put Debian on a laptop, but I need to go further. Debian's nice. I've used Debian and Debian types for years. This little mini laptop here is running Debian 13. I still got to get the update for this guy. God damn it. I dropped my soldering iron. That's my little soldering iron case. For those of you that didn't know, this soldering iron has literally been around the world with me. You can power it with a USB. Come on, you little bastard. There we go. Yes, I 3D printed the case. Today's your birthday. Hey, Barklington. Happy birthday. Edge is good for downloading Brave or Firefox. I use the Pico 4 Ultra using Wii VRN. Okay. Vive said they do it. I haven't tested. Okay, was it the Vive? Okay. That's HTC's thing, if I'm not mistaken. Can opening any links or PDF forms online hack iPhone 15 and 16 Pro Maxes even if device updated? I mean, PDFs have been one of the most exploited file formats out there, along with like Excel documents and Microsoft Word documents with macros and stuff. So I'm not saying no, but if your phone is up to date, it will lessen the issue for it to potentially happen. But that doesn't mean the risk is ever zero. So, I mean, iPhone has a decent walled garden around it, but yeah. Is Fedora good? I'm on Arch and Ubuntu, but looking to try some new things. So Fedora's okay. One of my issues with Fedora is it doesn't really have an LTS distribution, a long-term support release, which is what I like to rely on for a lot of my work, because I need stability to know my packages are going to work. And Fedora frequently goes through updates. And that can be good, but it can be bad if you're needing to test things in an enterprise capacity, or you're wanting to make sure your payloads and workloads work consistently. I'm still on Pop OS 2204. When Pop OS 2404 gets released, I probably will do that. But at this point, Cosmic Desktop is probably going to be released, and it'll be Pop OS 2604 at that point. So what I'll probably end up doing is back up the files and then install Pop OS 2604 fresh. Could I do an in-place upgrade? Yes. But generally, I like to do a reinstall because I tend to set up things or do stupid things, and it's nice to just get a clean slate once in a while. But I do like Fedora templates inside of my Cubes OS laptop. Is Parrot OS good for gaming? It can be. It's it definitely... Well, you can get it with the desktop version without any of the ethical hacking tools, or you can keep it with the ethical hacking tools. That's dealer's choice, really. Parrot OS is a fine operating system if you want to daily drive it, unlike Kali. But, yeah, I haven't tried it personally, but I don't see any reason why it couldn't, because I think it's a straight Debian base, which is really well supported when it comes to a lot of different things. Install Steam, install Heroic Launcher, install Lutris, whatever you need to do to get your games running, and go from there. Should be fine. Arch is amazing. Yeah, if your parents never gave you enough attention and you don't like to touch grass. I'm kidding, Arch users. Sort of. Run Debian server for Doom. Only game you'll need. First time trolling Kali, I didn't know really what I was doing, and I find the Arch repository is fine. Wait, what? I thought Kali is Debian based. Oh, Black Arch. Okay, yeah, that's a totally different thing. Yeah, I've played a little bit with Black Arch. I tried to actually set up Kali in a cube and do that, but it wasn't working the way I wanted it to. Okay. So, my mods and a few other people wanted me to look at some content. Let's see what you got. All right, let's see. All right. I built a $20,000 military router for $106.23. This was put up by Red Fang, or Vampire Lord, over on the Twitchies. So this is an interesting video. I actually had this on my list to go look at myself, but they also put it in there before I actually did. I had it in my playlist for me to look at, but oh yeah, I totally forgot. I just reset the computer, so I need to make sure my audio is piping to my stream box too. For those of you that haven't been here before, this is a little script I set up to set up a combined sync to put all the audio out to all of my audio sources, so that way I can hear it and y'all can hear it. All right. So, let's turn off the background music here. And let's go.
I just reversed engineered a $20,000 military IP mesh radio using open source parts totaling only $106.23.
Looks like a Raspberry Pi with a radio berry. No, it's something different.
200 of these for the price of a single unit of theirs. And last week I posted about...
I like that he's got these 21700 batteries in there, so it looks like he's got kind of a battery backup UPS in there, so you may not even necessarily need that if you want to run it off of power. Probably be pausing this every now and then because I'm just curious at the hardware they use.
About this on Reddit, and a few days later, the US military contacted me. Fortunately, not to shut me down, but just looking for advice, which I gotta say, felt pretty good.
The true power of ATAC is being able to get situations...
Yeah, ATAC has been something I've been looking at myself.
Usually that was reserved to kind of your TOCs, right? Your tactical operations centers where commanders and planners...
Oh, it's a LoRa Halo? Nice.
Enable warfighter, which is something I think...
So this is the ATAC interface, basically, here. There's many ways to do it. But basically, ATAC is a way for you to combine multiple sources together. So imagine emergency rescues in a disaster area to you're in military operations needing to survey an area with enemy combatants. It's very flexible for that way. So imagine you can collect information over the radio, send drones over, collect, satellite information, like you're just pulling in all this information together. So it's really useful.
That the current Army and military, Marines, Air Force, I mean, they are trying to get there, but they're just also kind of because of their own procurement processes, they're going about in a very, very slow manner. Like, and you got to test, and everybody has an opinion about some piece of kit, right? So it's very challenging in that aspect. But the way special operations used it, and now you can go onto a target, and then you can see where everybody's at. You can coordinate fires. Hell, there's some apps in there where you can send through either Link 16 or Saddle straight to a fast mover to drop a bomb on target. We
It
used
actually knows exactly where he is.
such as helicopter interdictions. The bloodhound tool is very, very useful. We know how long it would take us to get somewhere. We would be able to pull the metadata off of video feeds so that we know exactly where that vehicle was, and it would cut that time down. We also used it for what we call mad minutes, where we had to shift target. We had to come up with a plan really quickly. Usually it was a bunch of guys huddled up against a helo and coming up with a hasty plan. We could do it all from our phone. We can watch the video right in the palm of our hand. So, when you network ATAC, it becomes extremely more powerful.
But what did I just
Need a
build?
vehicle so we
And
know
what
who's in the
exactly
area.
does it enable? And why is it ruffling so many feathers? Freedom Tech is finally catching up. I'm talking about decentralized, open source tools that you actually own, built by companies that encourage tinkering instead
My house is gonna have my car's gonna have that many antennas on it.
It's that Southern engineering grit
My
I
house is probably gonna
admire,
have more.
making gear tougher, smarter, and more useful by pushing it past the limits, and being able to sideload, extend, and overclock my tech to do things nobody thought is possible. That's exactly what this channel is all about. This device creates a private portable IP network, but let's see how far it can go and what bandwidth it can support. I'm heading into a signal dead zone, and I'm bringing nothing but
You can buy one.
Starlink and
Oh,
two
yeah.
Wi-Fi Halo nodes. Can I create a fully functional long-range wireless internet network from scratch and actually use it for real-world practical uses like chat messages, GPS coordination, push-to-talk, ATAC, video streaming, and internet connections? This feels like reliving the glory days of walkie-talkies as a kid, except now it's upgraded to the latest Wi-Fi standards. We're talking 802.11s mesh and 802.11ah Halo. So instead of just goofing around in the backyard, you're running a legit long-range encrypted internet network. And the DoD may or may not.
So let's pause for a second. So this actually is really good for people that have large areas of land. I know a few people that conventional networks or even mesh networks, they're not really applicable to them because they would actually have to inject power into them and put them in very, very long distances. So there is a way to actually have Wi-Fi go a little bit further out. However, because of the nature that it's going further out, there is more of the issue of interference. But if you're in an area where you're like more rural, you have a lot more land, this isn't as much of an issue and would be able to prevent you from having to create kind of solutions to power up access points in various parts. So imagine you have many acres of land and you have many sensors that want to feed back in for various reasons, or cameras, stuff like that. This is potentially a way that you could do that with a Halo network.
Want a word with you.
What's
If
up,
this
Wreck-It
doesn't
Mac?
work, I may have wasted a lot of time and a lot of money. But if it does work, this changes everything. But before breaking into it, just what the heck is this thing? Okay, let's keep this dead simple. It's a mainnet, which stands for Mobile Ad Hoc Network. It sounds complicated, but all it means is it's a self-contained portable node that links up with others just like it. Each one of these nodes is built around a small computer, usually a Raspberry Pi, running an open source router software called OpenWRT. That's the brains.
Seems pretty
On
straightforward.
board, you still get traditional Wi-Fi, dual band 2.4 and 5 gigahertz, which gives you a couple 100 feet of coverage, which is fine if you're in the same cabin or campsite, but it's not enough if you need to reach miles down the trail. That's where Halo comes in. When short-range Wi-Fi can't reach, Halo links your nodes to other nodes, and with clear line of sight, it can stretch several miles. That's the backbone that ties the whole mesh together. And here's the part most people miss. Once you have your radio, you don't really need special gear to use it. You just connect your phone over Wi-Fi the same way you'd connect on an airplane network. No SIM cards, no carrier, no big tech permission slip. And once you're in, you can run apps like ATAC, which automatically discovers other nodes, push-to-talk radios, chat relays, and if one node has an uplink, say Starlink, literally any other internet app can
Not that I would be running
because
Starlink.
these nodes run on 802.11s mesh. Every node that joins strengthens and extends the network. Add more nodes and the coverage grows.
Same thing with
Convoy of
Meshtastic or anything
trucks on
LoRa.
an off-road trail, each carrying a node. Now the whole team has comms, live positioning, even internet with no towers, no ISP, and no monthly bill. That's a mainnet. Everything I'm showing here, gear setup, config, it's all in a field manual I put together linked below. I'm calling it the Haven IP Mesh Radio. It's an open source alternative to radios like the MPU-5, except instead of $20,000 and a procurement officer, you just need a Raspberry Pi and some grit. Now, I've had this guide live for about a week and people are already building with it. But starting today for the next 30 orders,
I do not need another radio project. I do not need another radio project. I do not need another radio project. I still have to install my antennas on my damn house. And I have the Meshtastic node coming in a couple weeks that I'm going to be putting on the roof. I'm turning into that old man that's going to have a bunch of satellites and antennas on the roof. You will give him your credit card info.
I'm including a bonus 30-minute one-on-one call with me to go over your setup, answer questions, or just talk shop. I'm capping this at 30 because I literally can't take more calls without melting my calendar. So if you're watching this and the link's still active, jump in. And super quick, if you like the tech but don't want to build it out yourself, Trey over at Murrow's X is building these to order. These are IP mesh radios, very similar to what we're talking about here.
Looks like a 3D printed case.
And the design is, I mean, you just can't beat this design. It's incredible. So now that we've got our two nodes set up, we're going to
The issue isn't antennas on my house, it's that I have too many projects already.
Halo supports different channel widths, very similar to spreading factor with Meshtastic, which you can choose right in the OpenWRT UI. All right, so I do want to run you through the anatomy of this.
Okay, so hold up. I wanted to see what card is he using?
UI. All right,
So he's using a Seed Studio YOWM 61808. Okay, I've seen those quite a bit. Okay, but you probably could use any... No, that's Wi-Fi Halo. Okay. It's an M.2 card, so looks like he has a little adapter on top of the Raspberry Pi. And then underneath it, he's got another thing for the batteries. I'm just thinking out loud here to understand how it's architected. Then, of course, he's got what's probably... I forget what that is, that connector they have there. We use it all the time on laptops. And then... Now, this is kind of interesting. He has an SMA, and then it looks like he has another adapter going into the antenna. That's something I would probably want to get rid of the adapter and go straight through, because any potential resistance can be added by additional connectors. You want to minimize that as possible. Yeah, mini PCI.
I do want to run you through the anatomy of this thing pretty quick.
Okay. Yeah, so Raspberry Pi, that's the Raspberry Pi. Then he has this little UPS guy over here to the 21700s.
Here. So it's pretty kind of modular in the sense that, like,
I'd probably go for Molly cells.
Probably swap out for something
because they're very durable, but that's just me.
Here. So The motherboard here is a Raspberry Pi 4. We use the 4, not the 5, because some of the OpenWRT firmware doesn't quite work on the 5 yet.
I don't have any 5s anyway, that's fine.
Start using the 5 because the 5 is more powerful, frankly.
Yeah, but
and then we have
well, you really need it.
mini PCIe card. And the PCIe card, or the mini PCIe card that we want to use here, is what introduces the Halo chip. This thing's not expensive. It's about 15 bucks for the card there, and then it's maybe like 20 bucks for the hat. And so we add that on to the Raspberry Pi.
Vampire, you know it's gonna happen. Just, I have so many other projects I want to get to first.
Now I'm just playing around with this big fancy antenna, but frankly...
Yeah, because if you, like, look, it looks like he has that antenna going in, then he has some kind of adapter. I have a feeling it's RP SMA to SMA. Reverse polarity. That I could be wrong. I'm just speculating here.
You can get away with, antennas like this. You can get away with whip antennas. Any of your Meshtastic antennas will work because they're in the same range. And then it just uses an...
Hold up. If it's a 915 megahertz, I just want to do a quick calculation here. So if we do a full wave calculation, well, let's do a half wave. What is it? 915 divided by 468. So if we do a half wave, we're talking roughly 2 feet of an antenna would be ideal. If we do a quarter wave... Wait, no. I feel like I got my math wrong there. Hold on. Calculate length of antenna. Half wave. What's the formula? 468. No. Okay, so I reversed it. I was like, I know it's 468. So half a foot is a half wave. If I do a quarter wave, that'd be 4 feet. No, I just flipped that again, didn't I? How do I keep doing that? So 468, 234. Okay. Yeah, okay. So you don't need too large of an antenna.
SMA to U.FL connector here, so you can really do that however you want. And then for power, just to make it mobile, I'm using this wave share hat that actually relies on pogo pins. You can see them right there. So you just put it on top, and then you put these batteries in. These are 21700s. Each one is 5,000 milliamperes.
You could do 18650s or a lithium polymer pack,
which is pretty solid actually. And you really don't have to move this around. If you want to charge it, you just plug in the USB-C.
To give you an idea, I know I'm pausing a lot. To give you an idea, 10,000 milliamps, that's about what I'm speccing my Meshtastic node out for the repeater. And when I did the calculation, that should make it last about a week if the solar panel was not charging it. So if you wanted to make the system even more robust, he, of course, I know is doing this as a cost-saving measure, you could easily add a solar charging system to that. Of course, that will up your cost because you have the solar panel, the solar charger, because you want to make sure there's a diode in there so it's not feeding back power to the solar panel when it's not actually getting power in. But yeah, you could totally adapt the system. I could see easily you could make a pretty robust system for 250 to 400, depending on what components you need. Then, of course, you want to make an enclosure for that. You could easily 3D print something. Preferably, if you got a resin printer, you could make it a little bit more solid with some materials out there. Or, you know, you could always just CNC something or get some metal enclosure. I'm just spitballing here.
But then you have your...
Remember the helium network? I've been thinking about turning my old helium miner into Meshtastic. Do it! It's the same frequency.
So this is a Wi-Fi dongle. This brings 2.4 and 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi to the setup. Technically, the Raspberry Pi can support...
I was going to ask.
Board, but it can't do Halo with that, unfortunately.
Interesting.
So as kind of an intermediary solution, we could use something like this. In the future, I want to use a proper hat with a real Wi-Fi chip.
I was going to say, I would probably do something a little bit better.
Real.
Yeah, because then if you could do that, you could actually do both the Halo on one, and you could do the Wi-Fi on another, and then just stick out a total of 3 antennas on there. That would be a much more clean, sleek system. Look, when I go around to eventually building mine, you know what's going to happen if you've seen my channel. I'm going to be doing that.
2.5.
I know we're pausing a lot. I'm just, like, thinking out loud here.
A lot cleaner of a setup. Frankly, it's
Pirate Chain is the same as Monero better? No, Monero's better.
Case for this.
I don't buy a lot of these
Working on open
cryptocurrencies coming out. There's been too many false promises.
So we could use that, or you can kind of just get creative with what you want. But that's the basic setup of this thing. So we're not.
I like that he said you can get as creative as you want, because that's exactly where I'm thinking. Like, I don't want to repeat that one-to-one.
So I'm actually getting Wi-Fi out here, but it's not coming across the standard Wi-Fi connection. It's coming across Ethernet, and it's coming across the 915 megahertz antenna. You can see it's pretty slow, but it is loading, and really we just wanted to do some tests.
Yeah, it's not going to be a very, very fast network. Yeah, I was thinking that would be the case. It wouldn't be that fast. However, if you set this up and you're, like, say, again, going back to disaster preparedness, emergency comms, this would be a great solution at the very least. Because if you think about it, you could have a satellite internet provider as your uplink, or you could get cell tower, depending on the situation, how drastic it is, feed that in, and then broadcast that internet out, and at least everyone could then be able to chat together. So let's take this a step further. Locally hosted Matrix server. Locally host a Matrix server on a Raspberry Pi, possibly could lay it on in there with a Docker or something like that, and then have everyone chat in for emergency comms there completely off the grid. Or you could, of course, stick to Meshtastic, too. Either way, there's, like, so many ways to slice this bread.
Okay, so I'm watching one of my own YouTube videos, and I'm doing it by way of this 915 megahertz sub-gigahertz antenna.
I feel like if he got a better antenna, it would work a lot better.
Pi, and then going into my laptop over Ethernet. But what's interesting is the router that this is connecting to is actually way up there. And it's able to pass my home wireless connection to this device because it's using the Halo antenna with a...
Is he doing a directional antenna, or is it just the windows open for it?
Here's what I achieved with my performance tests. At 8 megahertz, I measured about 15 megabits per second, both up and down, which is right on the theoretical ceiling for Wi-Fi Halo at that
Hold up.
channel.
8 megahertz what? Is he talking channel bandwidth? Like 8 megahertz wide? He's showing that the worst antenna will still work. Oh yeah, fair enough.
At 8
Well, because you know me, I got my general class ham radio license. I can't do anything half-assed. I got a full asset.
megahertz, I measured about 15 megabits per second, both up and down, which is right on the theoretical ceiling for Wi-Fi Halo at that channel width.
Oh, okay.
At 4 megahertz, throughput landed at 7.3
That's still not bad.
Again, matching the expected max. At 2 megahertz, I actually clocked 4.4 megabits, just a hair above textbook 3.9, well within margin for how iPerf reports traffic. And at the narrowest 1 megahertz channel, I got 1.8 megabits, which lines up almost exactly with the 1.95 megabits theoretical limit. Out of the box, these Halo radios ship at about 21 dBm. That's roughly 125 milliwatts.
Okay.
Pretty modest, not much more than a home router.
Right.
But with the Open Mainnet firmware, which is the open source package that
And the power of a ham radio license.
This is based on, that ceiling gets raised to 27 dBm, which is around 500 milliwatts. That's almost 4 times the wattage, which makes a huge difference in link stability and range.
I could push that easily past 1 watt with my license. I may have to do that. Using a 360 antenna too, so it would be better with the other. Okay. I was just curious why he's doing it. Like, you have to understand, like, for anyone that's watching this, I'm not trying to downplay him by any means necessary. I'm thinking about if I were to build this for my own setup out loud, what I would be doing. But the thing that's great so far that he's showing at the 1 megahertz band, is why would you want to do that? Well, let's go back up into where I was talking about emergency preparedness. If you think about emergency preparedness, you're probably going to have the 915 megahertz band or that saturated, which then you're going to want to slice it up as much as possible. So like in ham radio, we often do single sideband, but you can then allow more people to have their traffic up. Now, what I would be curious about, because in the ham community, we have to kindly work with each other to make sure we're not stepping on each other's toes in terms of bands being used and stuff like that, what that situation would look like in a MCOM situation, emergency comms. So, but I think this is a great, approach for emergency comm preparedness, especially in an off-the-grid setup. But of course, you would have to plan ahead with your group of people for them to be aware of your setup and have them make sure everything's prepared. Similar with Meshtastic and every other system. The problem that a lot of people have in emergency situations is they react rather than be proactive. And being proactive is always going to be better than being reactive. Some people may see you as being, over-prepared, but the reality is when a situation happens, there's rarely such a thing as over-prepared. Like, even I have like 30 gallons of water here just in case things happen, because I remember there was a situation where the water went out in my city, my part of the city, for about a week and a half, where we actually had to get water and all that stuff, and it was kind of a pain. So, yeah.
And just for context, the legal
push
limit
it
for
sound to your
unlicensed
sound
900 megahertz gear
like what, salt and pepper?
here in the US is 30 dBm, which is the equivalent of 1 full watt. That's the absolute max you can transmit without a special license. So at 27 dBm, we're sitting right near the top.
I got a
for a
license.
civilian bill, just shy of the legal ceiling. You get the benefits of serious range and resilience while staying inside the regulatory box. Now, one quick myth buster. Bandwidth isn't set by the antenna. It's set by the modulation and channel width in the radio.
I'm glad that he touched on that, because a lot of people don't understand that.
An antenna can focus the signal, letting you hold a link further out or punch through interference. So swapping antennas won't make your network faster, but it can make it go a whole lot farther. And OpenWRT gives you...
Oh, you got your Linux Essentials nice? Awesome. Happy hacking, bud.
Range tests and live packet stats. So the takeaway is simple. In real-world conditions, my test basically hit the ceiling of what 802.11ah can do. Wide channels gives you max bandwidth. Narrow channels stretch your range.
I just want to point out something here. Those dips there, is that the duty cycle that it's going through? I'm just curious, because like you see it like drop down. So I'm curious, is that like a 75? No, it's not equidistant though. I'm curious about that.
So now what can we do at this? Well, that's where it gets interesting. The most obvious application that comes to mind is ATAK, which is Android Tactical Awareness Kit, which is used by the military and domestic search and rescue teams.
Yep, I talked about this earlier.
Require several team members staying connected in highly dynamic situations.
See, he's using Meshtastic.
Ways to leverage ATAK, but with this setup, I was able to get the devices connected from mainnet 1 to mainnet 2 without using any sort of fancy TAC servers. There was a little bit of finessing on the network layer, and if you're trying to get that working, just don't think you're not going to learn about subnetting in the process. Well, I got some of those details in my guide, and I was able to send ATAC messages from a device connected to mainnet 1 over Halo to a device connected to mainnet 2. I was also able to do a couple other fancy things like drop images onto the map and share those between nodes. And I was able to do that using something called multicasting, which is essentially making use of the Wi-Fi network to send those communications, but there was no sort of centralized remote or even local TAC server. So it sends it directly from device to device by IP address on the network. And I gotta say, I really like that setup because everything is confined within your private network and you're able to push communications to each other, track nodes on a map, and have those sort of off-grid comms that you usually only normally get with a satellite connection. But what about voice and push to talk? So I actually set up Mumble on both of the devices, and I didn't go too crazy with it. I used a remote Mumble server, but I was easily able to push voice from node to node using one of those public servers. Now, you would never actually want to do that. You would want to set up a Mumble server on one of your Raspberry Pis.
I talked about this earlier with the Matrix server example.
The latency was pretty low, and the quality.
So I was getting ahead of myself. Hey, Los Santos, how's it going, buddy?
But anyways, this is push to talk. It works just fine. It's using
Nice.
Connecting to a remote server on the web, but the signal is still going from mainnet node number 1 to mainnet node number 2, and they're only connected by Wi-Fi Halo. So you could go long range with it, and you can see the clarity and the latency is more than adequate. Next is video feeds. So I didn't go too crazy with it, but again, I was able to set up a video stream from a device that was also on the network, which is this Chow here. This was actually also using Halo.
That looks like it's just a little bit better than amateur radio TV.
Or you could set up a stream on a laptop or a drone or something like that. But as long as it's using a standard, either UDP, RTSP, HTTP, one of those live video streams in a standard protocol, you can pull it up on your ATAC device, provided it's on the same network. Okay, and then the big test was going to a remote off-grid area, so I went down to Crandon Park, which is basically a key off of Miami. Now I had both of my main nets, but I also had something else, an uplink.
Imagine using this while camping. That's exactly what I'm thinking of.
Standard Starlink, and I plugged that into node number 1, which means that my whole network had internet. But just how far could I push it? So I took node number 2 out for a stroll, and we just kept going, periodically checking the connection. Okay, so now we're trying to get the Halo mainnet plugged into the Starlink router, and this will be node number 1. So we have the Halo chip with the Halo antenna, which is going up here, and it's using the Starlink Wi-Fi router. So that should just bring Halo to this Starlink network here. All right, so we're trying
Of course, he's using a Life PO4 battery. Lithium phosphate, I believe it is.
Had to use a Life PO4 battery with a special, I don't know, sort of like regulator, governor.
Charge controller.
And then the Starlink itself is right up here. Because I'm not using a Starlink Mini, I'm actually using the standard one because it gets better throughput.
A basic and a V-book of meds. Yeah, med books.
But I think this is gonna work. It looks like the app is still thinking about it right now, determining alignment, adjustment may be necessary. So, looks like it might work though, so we'll see. Okay, so it says we're online, so that actually wasn't too painful. Let's see real quick what we're getting in the way of speed tests, right? So let's go run one of these. All right, so not too bad, I'll take it. So 22 down, 3 up, but it looks like the software is still updating, so we'll see if perhaps that gets improved. Okay, I'm gonna give you a little rundown of everything we have going on here. So this
We're watching ATAC and Halo.
So mobile ad hoc network node number 1.
Long range Wi-Fi.
Number 2, primarily talking over Wi-Fi Halo. But I also wanted to bring an uplink to the party. So let me go ahead and show you what we have in terms of the configuration here. So down here, you're gonna see
So down here, you see the Raspberry Pi. This is our Wi-Fi Halo board. This is the main net essentially, right? It's Ethernetted into the Starlink router. I'm doing some crazy stuff with batteries because this is not a Starlink Mini. This is a Starlink Standard. So, but it seems to be working, and it didn't give me too much trouble. So in terms of the Wi-Fi Halo antenna, that is right
Almost
here.
Starlink is having
This is
used them at
magnified, so I
work.
can just pop it on
The
like
speeds
that.
can vary so much.
Dishy is right there, and the uplink works, has internet connection. It's not super fast right now, but I'll worry about that later. So now what I'm going to try to do is get the second main net going.
I feel like you need a larger
and see how far I
car,
can push it,
buddy.
'cause we have a lot of space here, so that's my objective right now. Okay, so we actually have everything working now. This right here is node number 2. I have the main net right there, and I'm running Ethernet into my computer, and we can see that we have internet, even though my computer is not on Wi-Fi. So we have about 14, 15 down, which tracks perfectly because the internet's coming over Wi-Fi Halo at an 8 megahertz width, and the theoretical max for that is like 17 megabits per second, and it's got the same down, so a symmetric link. So everything's actually working. Now, normally you would connect
8
your main net
megahertz is a
to your
pretty wide
user
band
devices,
on
like
915.
your ATAC devices. You would connect that over Wi-Fi.
So let's pause for a sec. When I say 8 megahertz is a pretty wide band, I think off the top of my head, I could be wrong on the range here, but it's about 902 to 928 megahertz for the ISM band. So if you think about that, 1, 2, 3, roughly 3 connections at 8 megahertz, which is why you'd probably not want to do that as much, and it'll, that'll take up quite a bit of bandwidth, especially if more people were doing this, because then you'd start getting interference.
But that's just an extra step that I didn't want to get into right now because I'm still awaiting that piece. That's just a little Wi-Fi dongle. So you would just keep your radio on you, and then you'd have a local Wi-Fi network, and then Halo for the long distance stuff. But the question is now, how far can we still get a signal, right? And at what data lengths? And so I'm going to give that a shot. Okay, so I have my little radio station here. I'm on the move here. I just did a test. This is node number 2, and I got 6 megabits per second down and 14 megabits per second up. And the second node is that white car way, 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 way over there. But I was watching YouTube.
I'm not familiar with it.
Because of the sub-gigahertz Wi-Fi Halo radio. So now we're gonna go even further. Okay, so we're right here. This is our main net here. We're way, way further out. Probably coming up on a mile maybe. And we're still getting internet here, although it was beginning to break down a little bit. Let's see if we can do a speed
That's a
test.
wiki offline. Yeah, there's quite a few projects like that. Eventually, I want to set one up. I just have so many other projects I got to get to.
Here we go.
Such little time and money
All right.
to spread
So
around.
We're not even quite hitting a megabit per second. But
Yeah, but in a disaster situation, that's more than you need.
let's see what we get for up. For some reason, the uplink is better. And a couple megabits per second is still...
I'm curious why that is the situation. I wonder if it's just something with the
voice,
card itself.
rate video, stuff like that. So I'd actually be curious if we can get any significant video.
You could
here.
carry on a Discord conversation with that.
I'm gonna put this in one of my hands, which I really don't have a free hand here. And then we're gonna go back to YouTube. Let's see here. See if anything comes through.
This microchip can extend your Wi-Fi over 10 miles.
So we're watching YouTube videos using the 915 antenna, and my Starlink is way out there. So we're in a remote area, we're near a beach. We have no fiber, anything like that. We just have a Starlink. I'm about a mile away and we're still watching YouTube videos. Call me impressed.
And now we've got proof that this little box can keep up with the big boys. So at 2,000 feet, I was getting shy of 1 megabit per second down and almost 3 megabits per second up, which interestingly was enough for me to continue watching YouTube, which just felt surreal. I was 2,000
I mean,
feet
YouTube did
away
work
from
back in
my
those
Starlink
days, so
and
it makes
still
sense.
able to watch YouTube, all due to Wi-Fi Halo. Now, to be clear, this is the Civi version. It's absolutely usable in the field, but it's not military spec. It's not guaranteed to survive a Humvee rollover or keep sinking after a week in the desert.
That goes without
Think of
saying,
it
but
as
yeah.
the civilian alternative. Open source, flexible, and cheap enough to actually build yourself. Also, I'm not here to push more
He's probably
screens
paying
into
for
more
Starlink.
places, but I've been out where phones die and help's
It's not cheap, I will be
coming. And
honest.
that's where tools like this might have a place.
I've looked into it
And
just
if
for
the
a
tech
backup
encourages
internet.
people to get outside and explore, then I support that too. Now, I know what you're all thinking. What about security? But rest assured, Halo radios use WPA3-SAE, the same encryption handshake you'll find on modern enterprise Wi-Fi. It's strong, it's proven, and yes, everything running on this mesh is locked down. So this isn't some open Wild West signal that anyone can hijack. It's encrypted end-to-end, just like you'd expect. Now you might be thinking, this looks like LoRa or Meshtastic, but here's the difference. LoRa is brilliant for ultra low bandwidth over long range with very low power draw. It's
Right.
perfect for text and GPS pings, but it tops out at kilobits per second. It's like walkie-talkie, but for data. Wi-Fi Halo, on the other hand, runs in the megabits per second range. That's the difference between just sending a ping and streaming a video feed. And the big kicker is Halo supports full IP networking. This isn't a custom packet form, it's real internet. You can run ATAC, push-to-talk apps, webcams, even route traffic straight through Starlink. It's literally plug-and-play networking, just stretched for range. So if Meshtastic is your digital walkie-talkie, Halo is your portable
That'd be my
router
DMR
in the
actually,
middle of
but yeah.
nowhere. Look at me. I am the ISP now. For more killer tech, click here.
Did the audio just cut out at the end of the video? Huh. But yeah, overall, great little video. Definitely got me interested in setting up a kit like that myself. Although I've got enough radio projects for the time being, so I still got to do my ham radio set up with my ham shack, and I hopefully will get that done next weekend before I start doing anything more. And I want to get my Meshtastic node set up. But I also want to look at doing this as well. That'll probably be on the lower priority list because whereas Meshtastic and ham radio I am actively using, this would be something more of an experimentation for me. But nonetheless, really interesting. Great work that Data Slayer's done there. How have I not subscribed to him? I've already, seen quite a few of his videos. But yeah, very great tech. I would probably, as I've talked about through it, make some changes for my own setup, especially with my background in radio. As I've mentioned a couple times before, for those of you that are just coming in, I've got a general ham radio license, so I can push it past 1 watt potentially. I think I wouldn't. That'd be curious to see how it goes with the, because there is encryption on it. I don't know if I'd be allowed to do that. I would have to consult the regulations and stuff with it, because it's still kind of Wi-Fi, but it's not. Anyway, I'm going to have to look into that a little bit more, but that was a great video that I came across, and then, Vampire Lord shared it as well, so it definitely had some interest in showing that off. So, let's catch up with the chat here. Trying to get into tech as a young guy, what do you recommend for experience for a resume? So, like I've always talked about, I always recommend home labbing. Home labbing, get some projects that you can actually, put on a resume, GitHub, link that in. I always recommend to a lot of people to also look at, like making a WordPress or some kind of blog that you can actually document your entire journey and link that to your bio. And if you're doing, tech as well, I always recommend people to buy a domain, run, a custom email domain through that stuff. The reason why is it's one of those little touches when you go to make a resume that shows, oh, I actually have that stuff, being built out and stuff like that. So the home lab definitely is a huge suggestion. Yeah, see, Jack is saying home lab got me my current job. People can be smart in tech, but home lab shows real passion. Exactly. And to cement that point, I didn't go to college for this, but I beat out people for my current job that were more qualified than me on paper purely because I showed that passion. In my interview, I was literally showing there was a project I was compiling in the background. And then I had multiple Raspberry Pis because I was in between jobs at the time. And I'm not the type that's just going to sit there and watch anime all day. Okay, I was watching anime while I was tinkering with my projects. But I was, tinkering with my projects and setting up things. And I was showing, my now boss, hey, I'm doing this project on this and doing that, and that's doing that. And I worked on this automation thing over here. And I beat people out that were more qualified than me on paper purely because I showed that I had a passion for it and I was willing to learn things even if it wasn't required of my job title. And a lot of people will look at like the technologies I look at, like ham radio or encryption, when I was playing with darknet, cryptocurrencies, all of this as a waste of time. I'm never going to apply that knowledge into my career, PGP and all that. A lot of those topics have actually come up in my career, and I've been able to answer things that members of my team weren't able to because it's not in their purview of understanding technology. To this point, I'm actually the one, pushing Zscaler, where I'm asking them, what are you doing about I2P and possibly blocking that? We don't have that in the roadmap. I'm like, well, you should. And have you guys considered Valid? And looking at that, and they're like, we didn't even know this existed. And I'm like, I was there for the launch party. So, yeah. First term in a 2-year college program, I was up against people with full CS degrees. Yeah, a lot of the common misconception a lot of people have getting into tech, and there's a few of them. So let's knock this out right here. One of the biggest ones I have is people think that going to college is going to guarantee you getting a job. That's really not true, and that's especially not been more true as of the past few years. They think that the college degree is all you need. No, you need to get internships. You need to actually show your work and what you've done. A college degree at most merely shows that you are trainable and that you've learned basic concepts enough to pass a test. But you have, so that's one of the big issues there. The other one is I see so many people straight out of college that think they're going to go straight into cybersecurity. And that's a common misconception because, contrary to popular belief, there is no real entry-level job in cybersecurity. They all pretty much want you to have 1 to 3 years of IT experience. And that's the unfortunate reality for a lot of people out there. It's not really an entry-level career. You have to know basic things in the field because there's a big difference between taking things in the classroom and adapting it to field-related experience. And that's what they want to see there. The other thing definitely is people overemphasize certs. They overemphasize certs and degrees, and they think that that's, more valuable. And there actually can be damaging effects from having too many certs and not enough field experience because people won't be as likely to hire you potentially because they see you as just trying to get notches on your belt for certifications, but you're not actually applying that knowledge. So instead of going and chasing down which cert helps you get a job, look at which cert is actually applicable to my career path at this point in time. So that's one thing I would definitely help. These guys are such a joke. Those guys are clueless. Depends on who you hit. I've actually had some great engineers. The guys that actually work on deception, those guys actually know their stuff. But unfortunately, they're not dealing with a lot of the other platform. And a lot of people don't deal with the deception product. Although I did recently have an issue with them where I had to tell them that the AWS syntax was not working, and we had to wait until they released an update for us to fix our rules for the honeypots and stuff. But yeah. Oh, and kernel, you may want to look at Halo Wi-Fi, HALOW. That can be a nice addition to your Meshtastic journey. You're soon going to want to get a ham radio license. Trust me. Learning about servers and networks in school now. Any good YouTube channels to check out for a noob? Crosstalk Solutions is one. Lawrence Networks is another. I haven't looked at too much of their stuff, but Network Chuck seems to be one that people recommend. I don't really watch Network Chuck stuff. Nothing against them, just there's so many people out there. Those are the people I would probably look at for a lot of networking. But yeah, they may help you out for things like that. And then in terms of servers, it really depends on what type of server you're going down the path of. Because a server is, excuse me, any computer that's really just serving data. So, like, are you talking Active Directory servers, LDAP servers? You talking about web servers? You talking about data servers, file servers? You know, there's so many different things you can, you know, have as a serf. Oh no, I got Chief down the long range path. I've been down the long range path for many years. I just keep having to resist my temptation to jump at every squirrel I see. Yeah, my Meshtastic device is up there, and I've been getting more people into Meshtastic, and hopefully next DEF CON we'll have more people into GMRS. Alright, so... Vampire had another video he wanted us to check out. It is from my buddy Endeavorance. We're actually mutuals. It's on TikTok, actually. He does have a YouTube channel, by the way. Just putting that out there. So let's check out what Endeavorance has over here. Generally, I catch a lot of his content, but, you know, there's so many things on TikTok, and I'm not on TikTok as much as I would like to.
But now it's automated.
Wait,
Beautiful.
why is there no audio? Hold on. For some reason, my box has to, like...
There was crime.
There we
First
go.
there was crime. Then we made it cyber, but now it's automated. Beautiful. A single hacker, not even a hacker, a single dude used Anthropic's Claude code to extort 17...
Oh, I was reading about this.
...millions of dollars. You may have heard the term vibe coding. Vibe coding is using something like ChatGPT, Claude Code, to build apps without really doing a lot of programming. You just tell the AI, I want to build this app, and it's like, okay, and it tries to build it for you. Someone did vibe hacking with Claude Code.
That doesn't surprise me.
Use it for every step of the way.
What does is that it was on their web side of things.
17 companies. First, they used it to identify their targets. They were like, hey, which companies would be the best to extort? Then they had it write malware to steal information from these companies. Then they had it analyze the data that was taken from the companies to figure out what should be used to blackmail the companies. Then sent the email to the companies saying like, hey, I got your data, give me money. All of this was done by one dude. It was a ridiculously fast turnaround. It was a huge wave of cybercrime. And it was one guy using a publicly available subscription-based software. Anthropic, the people who make Claude, they were like, oh, well, you know, we're looking into it, and we're trying to make sure this doesn't happen. You know, be careful. As far as I know, the guy has not been caught, which is just wild. We also don't know who the 17 companies are, but we do know that one of them was a defense contractor. So someone was able to use an AI to hack a defense contractor with vibes.
Yeah. So the upsetting thing with this is that because of Trump's big beautiful bill, from my understanding, we're not allowed to regulate AI for 10 years. There's going to be more issues because we can't legally put regulations on to have more guardrails against this kind of thing. And this kind of thing shouldn't have been allowed because how the hell did Claude allow this on their local, on their website of things? If they were running a local LLM and they were doing this, I'd be like, yeah, fine, I understand. There's no guardrails there. It's your local machine. There's nothing you can do about it. But the fact that they did this with Anthropic's Claude cloud system blows my mind. And the fact they didn't get caught blows my mind even more. Both that they didn't get caught while in the act of doing it, detecting that it was doing these kind of things, as well as they are still on the loose. That blows my mind. But yeah, impressive, but frightening as well at the same time, because this is only going to get worse over time. We just joined, and what's happening? A lot of things. We're just going down cybersecurity rabbit holes. Let's see. HBX shared an article over here. Xbox engineer brings Windows mixed reality headsets back to life. A Microsoft engineer has created an Oasis driver that enables Steam VR on abandoned Windows mixed reality headsets. I remember these. These were actually very ahead of their time when I got to play with them. So the cool thing about the Windows, what was it? Not Windows Hello. They had a project. I was actually playing with it. I met one of the developers when I was at an event, and I got to play with one of the demos back when it was a bunch of wires and cables. But yeah, that's really interesting that they were able to do this. Has released a free Oasis driver for Windows Mixed Reality on Steam. It's named Oasis as that's the code name Microsoft used for its Windows Mixed Reality efforts. The driver, spotted by Upload VR, requires an NVIDIA GPU simply because it relies on features missing in the AMD and Intel graphics driver. Okay, that's good to know. The Oasis driver doesn't require the Mixed Reality Portal application, and it can run OpenVR and OpenXR applications through Steam VR. That's interesting. The driver offers full headset and motion controller tracking, as well as native Steam VR rendering pipeline. While Microsoft should have delivered this type of driver to ensure Windows Mixed Reality headsets weren't useless with the latest Windows 11 updates, Buchianeri, who is now an Xbox engineer at Microsoft, has created this independently by reverse engineering NVIDIA and Steam VR code. That's not an easy feat. He's not releasing the source code as a result, and the Oasis driver will remain free to use. Boo! Open source! Open source the code! That's just me. All right, so what about Arch R-Hack? We talked about that a few streams ago. What if they make the same AI with the regulations and call it a new system, thus skirting the law? Well, with what regulations? That's the issue, is there's not really any federal regulations that would actually penalize a company for doing this. Found a theory that's being invested on, what's being invested on AI by big techs is way far from what they earn on it. Oh, that is totally true. That is totally true. There are people that are chasing this hype of AI that is not worth the investment. I saw this firsthand when I was at Web Summit a year ago. Remember how I said I was so let down by that? There were investors that were overlooking legitimately great products that I was seeing. Why? Because I literally saw them come up, these investors, to the companies. Well, where does AI or blockchain fit into this? It was 2024, and they're still talking about blockchain. Gives you an idea. They're all chasing these hyped up, buzzwordy technologies that have absolutely little effect whatsoever on the end goal of many products out there. And this was right before DeepSeek came about and shook the world with how cheap it was. The problem is these investors are really just trying to chase the next thing, and a lot of them felt like they missed out with the OpenAI, with the Claudes, and all these other companies that are, making tons of money on it, and they're just trying to chase, any profitability. But the reality is, if you actually look at a lot of startup companies, a lot of the companies that venture capital puts into, they burn money, and they rarely, if ever, are profitable. And if they are, they're not profitable until like 5-10 years out at best. But like, there's so many different tech companies you look out there that actually have had money injected into them and keep having money injected to them, keep raising rounds of seed funding, but still operate at a loss. Case in point, Twitter. Twitter was running at a loss for many years, even before Elon acquired them. And after Elon acquired them, they're still running at a loss because that business was never really designed to have profitability built into it. That is just a hard fact. I don't care if you're an Elon Musk stan or not, but that's the reality of it. Been out of the mix for years. Has Ubuntu taken over Red Hat? I'm seeing Ubuntu prevalent. Ubuntu's been more prevalent than Red Hat for many years, but not so in businesses. Businesses are still very much rel based for a lot of their applications, especially because a lot of businesses are using AWS. And Amazon Linux is one of the predominant Linuxes that are used when in those systems. Like, for example, I'm rebuilding our Tenable servers to be upgraded, and they're going from Amazon Linux 2 to Amazon Linux 2023, which sounds like it's a little bit older, but it's got further support than Amazon Linux 2, which is end of life June 30th. And Amazon Linux 2 is based on Red Hat. So, yeah. Twitter just doesn't know how to run ads. Well, the issue is that a lot of people that would have run ads on Twitter don't want to run and do their ad spend anymore over there, because the problem is, like, have you actually seen the ads that are going on Twitter? It's a bunch of crypto BS and scams, and, you know, like, just like the quality of the ads has gone down. And it's also because a lot of the advertisers are having issues with the type of clients that they're finding over on Twitter. Twitter has actually been declining for many years, and I mean that even before Elon Musk acquired it. I'm not saying Elon Musk caused the downfall of Twitter. I'm just saying he's accelerated the downfall. How long will it be until Twitter is actually bye-bye? I don't know. I can't answer that. But it's been, you know, an issue for a while. Like, hell, there's more bots, it feels like, on Twitter now than there was before. What's your take on Bitcoin update increasing block size, which allow images embedded in the chain? Bitcoin Core versus Bitcoin Knots. I don't think it's a good idea to have anything other than data that should be in the Bitcoin blockchain. If anything, yeah, I just don't see where the use case of having images in the Bitcoin blockchain actually is advantageous. If anything, it adds more bloat to the overall blockchain. I put ads in cars, can't start engine before daily 5 ads. Well, I just haven't been on Twitter. I haven't really actively been on Twitter in 2 or so years. My Twitter account's been privated for years because I didn't see any value coming out of it. And I actually have a YouTube video that I'm working on putting out probably in the next week or so. I actually have to edit it. I already recorded it. Where I talk about that, why I left Twitter and why Blue Sky and Mastodon have been a better investment overall for me. Because I actually have double the following I ever did on Twitter, on my Mastodon, and close to 3 times the following on my Blue Sky. And both of those platforms have more than 10 times the engagement on average than I ever had on Twitter. Plus, Twitter downranks links and a bunch of other issues that I was having. And this was an issue I've had for many years, and I've been on Twitter for a long time. And yeah, it is a cesspool. It's only gotten worse over time. That's the honest reality with it. I'm way happier on Blue Sky and Mastodon, and for some of the, and the funny thing is, you see a lot of these people that mistakenly like go, well, Blue Sky is just a liberal echo chamber. I didn't go for the politics. I left because a bunch of the tech community was tired of the BS there, and killing the API was what we actually were pissed off about, and we went to Blue Sky and Mastodon because of it. Now I will. You've been active on Grindr. I've actually never really been on Grindr, and when I was trying things out on Grindr, the problem is men suck, and not in a good way. Let's just say, you know, for a lot of the people out there, well, the men specifically, that make the joke, it'd be so much easier if I were gay. No. Trust me, it ain't. I'm bi. Dating sucks in general with men and women. I'm just going to put that out there. Most of the internet is an echo chamber. Exactly. And that's the thing is, people haven't understood that everyone's been in their echo chambers for so long. I just don't want to be in I don't want to be on a platform, because this is the issue I have with both Threads and Twitter. In order to grow and get engagement, you have to rage bait. I am just not that kind of person. If you've been on Blue Sky or Mastodon and you've talked to me, you've probably seen it's been more thoughtful, conversations, discussions, things like that I like to have going on. And once in a while, I might throw out a heated opinion out there, but it's usually baked in, this is my genuine thought. I know this might actually be a little bit of a hot take, but this is my view on things. But yeah, that's my take on it. Grindr is really bad. Yeah, I was on it and off it like very fast. Let's put it this way. Even as a bi dude, I don't want a random dick pic. Unless it's Richard Nixon. That's a dick pic I will abide by, as well as a dick pic. If you don't know what that is, this is a South African dick. Homophobic people who say just don't be gay or just closeted bi and thinks everyone can choose. Yeah, I find that a lot of times that the most ardently anti-LGBT people are really just projecting from their own views. Like how many Republican congressmen that we found have been against LGBT have actually been caught with a dude or a trans person? It's happened a lot. Like, not just, oh, that's a weird, it's happened a lot. My opinion is, I don't care what you choose to do as long as it's between consenting adults and no one's, having their rights violated. I just don't care. But anyway, continuing on. All right, this was also from HBX, Straight Arrow News. Flock Safety says AI surveillance could stop all crime. Critics cry 1984. Oh my God! It's Minority Report and Psychopaths, basically. There is no such thing as a situation that will be able to stop all crime. So let's see. An artificial intelligence startup which halted its trial with federal agencies over concerns it shared user data said it wants to enter public surveillance to prevent all crime before it happens. God damn, this is like the precogs for Minority Report and Psychopaths. According to business magazine Forbes, critics have said that Flock Safety's expansion is creating an Orwellian atmosphere across the nation in the quest for public safety. Flock Safety CEO and co-founder Garrett Langley revealed that the company's plan in the Forbes report, arguing that it will outcompete its rivals in policing neighborhoods with its drone as a first Holy crap! This is just getting worse the more I read! But an investigation from tech news site 404 Media revealed that local law enforcement have openly shared data from Flock with federal authorities, unbeknownst to the tech company. Flock has since paused all ongoing federal pilots. The Atlanta-based company's license plate readers, they have license plate readers, are known for picking up plate numbers, a car's make, distinctive features, and a person's travel habits. More than 5,000 law enforcement agencies work with Flock for its readers, according to the company. Several additional police departments have been using the company's DFR program since the spring. This just gets worse and worse the more I'm reading it. Video demos on Flock Safety appeared to show the aircraft devices deployed to the source of a 911 call, then broadcast a video to police that has night vision, thermal, and zoom. Holy crap, God, what? This is feeling more like police are being militarized and like getting precog capabilities like Minority Report, where we're going to start penalizing people for just thinking about possibly doing something. Good God! Even Unify have license plate readers. Yeah, I know they do, but... Organizations like the American Civil Liberties Union, ACLU, have praised Flock in 2023 for developing a system that helps flag stolen videos of vehicles or cars associated with Amber Alerts, stating that there's no reason the technology should be used to create comprehensive records of everybody's comings and goings. So... they praise them, and now they're probably going to be against them. The Electronic Frontier Foundation, civil liberties nonprofit focused on technology, taking a moment right now to say the FF is one of my favorite nonprofits out there. If you are not supporting them, you definitely should be. Go get a membership right now. I'm a gold member. has long criticized Flock Safety for its cameras and software. It brought up the case of a Texas sheriff who used Flock's automated license plate reader data to track down a woman who self-managed her abortion. Ugh.
Brother, what's that? What's that, brother?
Oh. The tech company and sheriff's office called the reporting from 404 misleading as the woman was considered a missing person. She was missing probably because she was actually trying to probably do something that was considered her right up until the Supreme Court decided, no, we're just going to mandate this idea for everybody. And then, you know, people are out here thinking that everyone should be pro-life, even though my religion explicitly says, no, it's the woman's choice. You're violating my religious rights with that one. That's not me making stuff up, like, seriously. That's what every rabbi has taught me. The consequences of building a product that actually changes people's lives is that there are a lot of people we piss off along the way because we're actually doing, what we're actually doing matters, Langley told Forbes. Here's what I'm going to say. I don't think there's ever been a position that the EFF has taken that I actually don't disagree with. So generally, I defer to the EFF for a lot of their views on different things because I've even talked to people that have worked at the EFF. These guys are super knowledgeable about the things they're talking about. And they've made some of the best open source projects out there and support some of the best open source projects for privacy and security. Yeah. This is just getting a little bit more concerning the more we read into this. Langley's expirations came to be months after the company announced in April that its drone as first responder devices can access live 911 calls and location data. Police departments in California, New York State, Texas, and Washington State signed contracts with the tech company for the program. The police department in Commerce City, Colorado, which has used drone as a first responder since July, announced the new technology won't be used to observe or search for crimes, but to respond. The drones will never be deployed for routine surveillance, as the DFR system will only activate in response to specific 911 calls or alerts from the city's Flock public safety technology. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this whole thing. This is feeling more like Minority Report. Like, I understand the need to respond to crime in a more expeditious manner. That goes without saying. The problem is, it feels like we're tilting the balance a little bit too much and feeling like a mix of Psychopaths and Minority Report. So, yeah, this is a problem. I don't necessarily agree with this technology being used in the ways that they're trying to do. And it's probably going to only get worse as time goes on. That's just, yeah, it's horrible. I don't know what the solution is for this, but I know I don't like it. Good God. Well, in Europe, if you call 112 as a joke, the accuracy of your location is 5 to 15 meters. Yeah, that's how it is in the U.S., too. Because a lot of people don't realize as soon as you call 911 or 112 as you're talking about or whatever it is in the other countries, your phone's location is broadcast as part of the system. But why people don't just remove the license plate? Like, no, what we're going to do is instead of remove the license plate, have you ever seen Transporter? With, I think the actor's name is Jason Statham. I think. I could be wrong. But, we're just going to have the rolling license plate. Oh, I got caught by a license, plate reader. Cool. Press button. Rotate. It will get worse. We don't get nice things in this timeline. Absolutely not. We're getting more and more into not only dystopian, but like in a few hundred years, we're probably going to be in the Warhammer timeline where everything just sucks. What's up, Balloon Magic? How's it going, bud? In my country, police stops people for random checks. Well, we kind of do the same thing in the U.S. too. Border control can stop you for any reason, and they can also do it within 100 miles of the border. Yeah, and they can actually search your devices and all that. They have the authority to do so. You also have DUI checkpoints for catching people under the influence of alcohol. We won't last a few hundred years. Yeah, I know. God, take me now! Okay. So let's see what Vampire also put in here before we check out my other playlist of stuff. Oh, by the way, I got that new game that everyone's hyping up, Hollow Knight. So we're going to be playing that in a little bit for gaming on Linux.
Last week, a judge in Blumenau, Santa Catarina, so the latest online censorship update is coming from Brazil, and it's the dumbest one I've heard so far. See, last week, a judge in Blumenau, Santa Catarina, ruled that if a piece of content is illegal under Brazilian law, then it's not enough for platforms like YouTube or TikTok to just remove it in Brazil. No, they also have to delete it everywhere else in the world or face a massive fine.
Good God!
It's perfectly legal in other countries. Now, compared to the UK's online...
This is exactly what the UK is trying to do with Kiwi Farms and 4chan. Now, again, I'm not a fan of either one of those platforms, but the UK can't go about, telling American companies to remove their data completely, because they don't like it, and neither can Brazil. A lot of governments don't realize your sovereignty ends at your border. You can't mandate other countries, their companies, to do things outside your borders.
Safety Act, which is also insane. At least over there, it says that if enough UK users are using a website, then the platform needs to do something about it, but it only applies inside the UK. Brazil's rule goes a step further, and it's not about...
I wouldn't agree with that, because they're trying to go after 4chan and Kiwi Farms, which doesn't have a presence in the UK. They don't even specifically target UK users, but yeah.
Protecting Brazilian users, it's about controlling what the entire world can see online. To which YouTube lawyer Legal Mindset already weighed in, saying that there's no way that this is going to get enforced, but it could lead to this future where every separate country has its own internet and its own rules, kind of like how North Korea has its own closed-off version of the internet. And after seeing how every country in the world is trying to implement their own censorship rules over freedom of speech online, honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if it really happened.
Yeah, I've been theorizing for a while that eventually we may have separate internets for different countries and stuff, because there's no way that a lot of these regulations can actually survive in the patchwork that they actually are without segmenting the network entirely. And we're going to be closed off from each other, because the thing that's beautiful about the internet is we have the ability to exchange information, culture, ideas. Like we saw how Red Note and TikTok shifted culture so much because we were learning about groups that we know don't normally have access to. Think about that. I want you to really think about the knowledge that you've learned over the years between these two platforms. And I know you can say, well, YouTube and others existed before, but they weren't actually as accessible to other cultures nearly as much. Like in Facebook, you maybe would go to a group and you maybe find some Europeans, but very rarely would that actually happen. Reddit, you may do that, but you don't really build connection. But, with TikTok and Red Note, from my personal experience, I have learned so much about different cultures, races, ethnicities, whatever the, thing you want to go down the path of. But yeah, but probably a VPN will help. I don't think a VPN will be the complete fix. And I think people need to stop going into this attitude of, well, I can just use a VPN for it. We should not have to use a VPN in the first place to get the freedom that we should be having on the internet to begin with. A VPN, Tor, I2P, Valid, all these things are band-aids for things that shouldn't have to be made in the first place. They are just band-aids for the actual problems we have. Yeah, VPN is getting... Yeah, the UK is already talking about banning VPNs. The US, between FATPA and the Beard Act, could potentially be striking down VPNs, as I talked about in my recent YouTube video that came out a few hours ago. So, yeah, don't kid yourselves. VPN is not really going to be the end-all, be-all that everyone thinks it's going to be. And there are ways to compromise VPN, contrary to popular belief. What's up, Hans? The VPNs could be compromised through timed attacks. So, yeah, VPNs are banned in China for years. People still use them. They may still use them, but if enough countries start segmenting their internets in ways that you can't actually access them, it's not going to matter, is what I'm saying. And the amount of people that actually use a VPN in China is infinitesimally small than you would think it actually is. The majority of Chinese people do not have access to a free flow of information, nor do they have the resources to do it. Now, it just so happens that people are saying, oh, well, there's a lot of Chinese people. Well, yeah, if you're looking at a country with over 1 billion people and 1% of their people, like, we're just going to throw that out there, have, you know, that 1% of 1.3 billion is still... Okay, I got to do the math on this. Hold on. Let's see. That's still... Wait, no. That's wrong. That was 10%. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9. Okay. Times 0.01. Yeah, that's still like a few million people. 100,000? Okay. But still. No, 100,000? That doesn't make sense for 1%. If 10% of 1.3 billion is, what? Would that be 130 million? Then that would be 1.3. Whatever. My brain's fried, okay? I'm tired. But yeah, the reality is, like, it's not even the argument that people think it is. And the reality is, as well, if we look at the average person in the West, it's going to be a problem. Did the stream drop? Maybe. God damn it. Internet, come on. Do your thing. You know, it's annoying me that the ISP I have fixed quite a bit of the internet issues, but now it's, yeah, 13 million is what I thought. Okay, what is up with my stream? Okay. Okay, so I think the stream is evening out now. Wait, no, maybe, no. God damn it. Yeah, VPNs are at most a temporary solution. I totally agree with that statement over there. Okay, looks like Kick is doing fine. YouTube's having a little bit of a stutter. Okay. That's weird. I don't know why it's still showing drop packets and everything. I wonder if TikTok is having issues. Or, I wonder if my ISP is having issues. It was working fine for so long. Woo. Lower the bit rate. Well, the thing is, I'm way below the cap. Let's see, down detector. There's higher than normal reports for my ISP, but, no one's really reporting issues. Well, we'll see. Hold on. Let's restart the TikTok stream then. There are SSH tunnels, which fewer people know about. Well, the problem with SSH tunnels is that traffic still goes over SSH, which is port 22. So you can do it, but if you're doing it over 443, which you can mask a VPN under, then you can actually hide your traffic much better. Hold on, let me see. What is up with my stats? Yeah, TikTok's always the problem. All right, restarted the TikTok stream. Would you look at that? TikTok's always the problem. Yeah, I restarted TikTok stream and it suddenly worked fine. TikTok, you are the problem child. Okay. Anyway. I'm stopping my ad block. Maybe it's from that. So I have noticed ad block has been more of an issue when it comes to YouTube and Twitch. I definitely have noticed that. Don't know if that's your issue, but it could be an issue. Now, I also decided to treat myself to a little something. I don't know if y'all have ever tried this, but I know some of you weeaboos probably have. So I saw this at my local ethnic grocery store that I go to for my goat meat and a bunch of other things. And this is a drink I actually started drinking when I was a little kid. It's like this Japanese soda drink. And the cool thing is, so you see how the bottle is? So you actually have to, here, I'll see if I can get this on camera for y'all. Where is the remote? There it is. Okay, let's see if I can. So, at the top here, there's a marble that seals this in. Okay? So what we got to do is we got to use this little plunger thing. Ah! Fucking A. And not get it on your electronics. Hold up. Let me go get a towel. But yeah, I got the lychee flavored one. I love lychee, whatever. It's squirted. Well, I tend to know how to make things squirt, you know. I'm just that good. I found the bottle's G-spot. Let me see. Do I have any? I'm gonna have to spray it down. Oh, there we go. Want to make sure it doesn't get sticky later, you know, with all those squirt juices. If you know, you know. And gentlemen, this is also why you want to invest in a waterproof mattress topper. Just saying. If you know, you know. This is some life advice for y'all. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to clip that later. Okay. So yeah, Now we got the ball out of here. So as you can see, there's a ball in there. So the way it works is you see these little dimples. You have to drink it with the marble being captured there. Mmm. That's a good flavor. Lychee. You like the blue one? I don't know which one's the blue one. I like the lychee ones. Chief, you're on TikTok. Calm down. I have it set as Schedule 1. They have me playing games that, have me selling drugs. Is there any devices for installing on cars for voice or video recording and send it remotely? I don't know about remotely because normally that'll require at least a cell connection, which means an additional cost. But I know the Garmin camera that I have allows me to connect it to my phone for my car, and then I can send that. I generally like the SD card and keep it local. Suck it long and arch your back. Why do they try to censor people? What? In general in the countries? Well, because these governments don't fear their people. Well, they do. They fear that they can actually collaborate together to overthrow their governments when they don't actually agree with their policies. You see, people rarely want to actually go into politics for altruistic reasons. Most of the time, people want to get into positions of power because they're addicted to power. Look at the kind of people that generally tend to be gravitated towards police force. There's a good number out there actually wanting to do great for the community, I'm sure. But there's also a good amount out there that are a bully with a badge. The same could be said with politicians. How many politicians actually just are greedy, doing insider trading to benefit themselves and screw the average person? Most of them. How about if it needs SIM cards? Well, SIM card would be a self-connection. So, I don't know about ones that do, but that could be something to look at. Okay. Let me see. Did we have any more videos in my list? I think I had some more. I definitely want to make sure I have some more for tomorrow's stream. But, okay, so... Oh, yeah. This was definitely one I wanted to see. So, child safety MP caught with images of kids. So, talking about UK. This is from Cyber Waffle.
So the
I'm going to call it. He's going to probably push for private internet access VPN. As y'all know, and I've talked about this many times, I used to be a Paya customer. I am not anymore because of Cape Technologies. It's a shady company that owns them. They also own ExpressVPN, as well as CyberGhost, if I recall the name. So, yeah, we're going to see what he talks about. I mean, overall, Cyber Waffle does good content. I'm not hating on him at all. But I am not a fan of Paya. Just putting that out there. Some people may say I'm a little bit biased because I'm affiliated with Proton, which can definitely get if you want to go to my links in bio, but I will always tell people you can also go to Molvad, which I am not affiliated with, and I recommend them too, but Proton works a little bit better for the overall bang for the buck. But yeah, not a big fan of the mask. A lot of people have been covering their faces, and the honest truth is, with how restrictive a lot of EU and UK has been over things, I kind of understand why they do that, because they are willing to penalize people for merely saying things they don't agree with. And that's a big problem overseas. You see, in the US, we have this thing called the First Amendment. You can't yell fire in a crowded theater and things like that. But we have a bit more freedom of speech protections than they do in the UK, where people have been arrested for things that we sit over here in the US and be like, wait, what? They got arrested for that? I mean, you say something on social media, you can get arrested, basically. And it doesn't even have to be like an outright violent threat or something like that. It can be something that is just, I disagree with this statement here. But yeah. Oh, I got to reset the chat over here. 1 second. When I reset the TikTok stream, the chats didn't go through, and I just noticed that because there were some chats that were missing over there. So, relaunching Social Stream Ninja to bring in my chats. And bring in the TikTok stuff. What do you think about eSIM cards? I've talked about this many times. eSIM cards are fine. I prefer them over regular SIM cards. There are some advantages because you can yank a SIM card out and disable the tracking on the phone, whereas an eSIM you can't as much. If someone takes a search warrant for me to monitor my encrypted apps, causes it possible to decrypt? No. They would have to man in the middle it, and that would require very different stuff.
The Online Safety Act is there to protect children, to make sure children are always safe online, to make sure children never put themselves in a scenario where they can be preyed upon by the creeps of society. Labour MP charged over child sex abuse images. And there's actually more to this, but I can't say it at the very start of the video because it would immediately get flagged and demonetized and age restricted. We're about to go into all the details. I say this is wild, but it's just, at this point, it's just the British government. So there's actually a couple of MPs we're going to talk about in this video, but firstly, we're going to kick things off with Colin Smith. Now, Colin Smith was actually arrested and charged with hiding secret cameras in the Holyrood toilets. And Holyrood is essentially like the Houses of Parliament in Scotland. So yes, he was charged with actually putting cameras in the toilets to prey on adults. We will get to the more interesting stuff in a minute.
Yeah,
What's very interesting about Colin Smith, he's actually one of the people that has been behind and responsible for some of the child safety relation laws that we have. And don't worry, we will get to the Online Safety Act in a minute. It's coming. But as an MP, he's taken a stance and a step forward to make sure...
Yeah, he does look like that type of person, doesn't he?
Online, but in person, and they're never, ever, ever exploited in any way. Now, shortly after the charges about hiding cameras in toilets, which, by the way, he's an independent MP, but he's still allowed to be a serving MP. Yes, the government allows this. The government is still allowing him to have a say in Parliament. But after all of this, just shortly after, he invited some Girl Scouts to come to his office. Totally not suspicious. Totally not suspicious. Scottish Labour MSP Colin Smith has been arrested and charged in connection with the possession of indecent images. The 52-year-old politician, who has represented the South Scotland constituency for a decade, was taken into custody at a Dumfries property earlier this month, and a police investigation has been launched. The Scottish Labour Party suspended Smith after he was charged with the politician, now an independent MSP. On Tuesday, August the 5th, 2025, officers executed a warrant at a property on Marchfield Avenue, Dumfries. A 52-year-old man was arrested and charged in connection with possession of indecent images. He's due
It's the Jared from Subway archetype.
At a later date. And what I find absolutely, well, no, I keep saying interesting, it's what we expect. The government and all the official publications have said that he had indecent images, but it actually turns out they're indecent images of children as well. But the official government records state this anywhere at all. However, the official police report does.
Brother, what's that? What's that, brother?
And of course, a lot of the media around it is also talking about it. But the official government documents never mention about indecent images of children. However, that is officially what's linked to the charge. And even in the official documents on the Scottish government website, when they have linked charges or arrests or anything, there's nothing next to his name.
Oh, God.
Now, this Colin Smith guy is just the very tip of the iceberg, a very big iceberg. The next one's, I'd say, well, it is worse. It's definitely worse. But I just want to say this video is definitely going to get demonetized. It's so difficult to talk about topics like this on YouTube. But I have made a pledge to myself to not avoid talking about topics because of the algorithm or anything like that. So if you do want to support the channel, make sure you go and check out Private.
Called it. He was going to talk about private internet access. As I talked about, I was a former customer. They were acquired by Cape Technologies. Cape Technologies is a very shady company. I do not endorse them. They also own ExpressVPN and CyberGhost. So no hate to this creator whatsoever. I just don't endorse private internet access. Okay. I know it's going to sound a little bit shisty, but I've talked about, Proton. I'm affiliated with them. You can go with them. You can support them in the channel. But, some people say, oh, you're just doing that to, get your own bag. I will also tell you that Molvat is a better option, and I'm not affiliated with them at all. But just don't use anything owned by Cape Technologies. They've done some shady stuff when it comes to VPNs and all of that. And private internet access used to be a great company. Do not get me wrong. I was a customer of theirs for years.
Internet access at the link below. They're a VPN.
Yeah, Proton's free too.
Private online. They don't keep any logs of like 86 to worry about. Get taken down. Juicy story. It's one of overlords. All right, so let's get to the one of the more juicy story. To be honest, all of this is. I'm trying to make light-hearted jokes about this stuff, but it is dark and twisted. MP Dan Norris arrested on suspicion of child sex offences and the word.
Wait, so there's two of these?
MP Dan Norris has been arrested on suspicion of that word and child sex offences, child abduction and misconduct in a public office. The Labour Party says it immediately suspended the MP for the North East of Somerset and Hanham after being made aware of his arrest. Avon and Somerset police confirmed that the man in his 60s was arrested on Friday and released on conditional bail. Now, the investigation into him is still ongoing.
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
So we're not going to say whether he's guilty or not, but I will say that there is definitely no smoke without fire. Also worth noting that whilst all of this was going on, he was still allowed to hold his seat in Parliament, not as part of Labour or whatever, like he was an independent MP, but he was still allowed
at least to. Yeah, you're right. Don't correct me there.
One of the things that he decided to vote for was the Online Safety Act for the protection of children. Really? You let this guy vote? So I say that at least his vote we can strike off because he's doing that to save face. But the thing is, these are the MPs that have been caught. In fact, even some of the ones that we know have done nefarious things in relation to children. I'm sure that people within government know about it, but no one's doing anything. Even
of course they don't.
Smith, the first guy that we spoke about, the government are just kind of dancing around what he really did. They're just saying indecent images. They're not mentioning that it was of children. They're trying to move children away from it because of his various politics and stances with online safety for children and all the various.
Let's pause for a sec. The reason why they don't want to actually make it very public is because they know that if predators are linked to the online safety bills that are there to protect children, it then undermines their ability to say that these things are going to protect children, because these were the same politicians that were in favor of said laws and then will be able to showcase, oh yeah, the real dangers are actually not really anything that encrypted apps or, kids having accidental exposure to adult content and things like that. The reality is you just have to deal with these predators, and then it actually undermines the entire thing, like I said, to show parents are the ones that actually need to get more involved. We shouldn't be getting government more involved where it's a parental failure.
Initiatives he's involved with protecting children. I understand if you've got hundreds of people in Parliament, into the thousands if you include everyone. I understand there's going to be some bad apples in there. Of course there's going to be.
Right.
But there's a running theme here. And the stuff that keeps coming out with MPs doing absolutely despicable things, whilst they are actually responsible and linked to acts and policies, which are for the very things that they're saying that they're taking a stance against, but they're the things that they are doing themselves. This is why having members of Parliament doesn't work. I think
the real dangers are rich men of power.
The UK shouldn't be voted in by MPs from various constituencies.
Let's pause for a second. We've seen with Ghislaine, whatever her name is, Maxwell Epstein's buddy, it's not just rich men of power. It's people that are addicted to power. Because here's the one thing, and this has just been my theory. Why would a sick person want to do that to children? Because they're addicted to the idea of having power over someone. Same thing with people that do the R word. It's not the act itself that gets them off. It's the ability to have power over someone. It's a sick power addiction that some people have. So I'm gonna allow that comment over there. But that's the honest truth of it. I think the misnomer is when people think, oh, well, it's only rich men of power, because then we completely exclude that there is a class of predators that are women. And while they may be far fewer than men, they are a problem still.
There should be an online website, a portal where...
Let's remember, I believe in equal opportunity.
And they can vote for upcoming legislation and law. And that's the way that it should be run, because we have the internet now. The internet absolutely skyrocketed about 20 years ago. We have the facilities, resources, and means to actually vote in policies as the British public. We don't need MPs and the bias of MPs to do this. And what's more interesting about this as well, if you look at proportionally the amount of MPs that have been arrested for either indecent images or other things like that, if you look at the amount of MPs...
It's the same issue in the US.
Of all of the MPs in the government, that is a much higher...
We were talking about this earlier in the stream.
...public that are arrested for having indecent images as well. What I'm saying is proportionally, there's more nonsense in Parliament than there is in the general public. Like, that's very worrying. Like I said earlier in the video, I do think this video is going to get demonetized and struck down, but topics like this, they do need to be talked about, and I'm not...
No, they definitely do need to be talked about.
...or anything like that, because the reach is just not there. Like, the reach on those platforms is so minimal, because the biggest media search engine in the world is YouTube. And I think I do have a...
That's also why I don't bother with Rumble and other platforms.
...responsibility to talk
among other reasons.
You know, in the past month, this channel's gone from nothing to like 50,000 subscribers. I feel like I have that audience now, and I need to report on this stuff, but it's really tricky to report on this sort of stuff. So making this video has made me really angry, because as I'm reading into the stuff and doing research into various MPs that have done stuff, like, there's so many. And I know this is probably like a really naive perspective from me, from someone that has like a kind of politically orientated channel. But as much as I clown on the
I am on kick.
On the government,
it's an experiment.
I do want our country to be better. I want our country to not have things like the Online Safety Act. I want our country to actually be the best country in the world. I want to have that sense of national pride from our government that are acting on behalf of us as people. I want to wake up in the morning and take the American approach where you swear allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I want to do that to the Union Jack, but I can't be proud of our country when the people that are running it are doing stuff like this. It's not just harmful from a reputational point of view or anything like that. It's just disgusting. It's despicable behavior, no matter whether you're an MP or not. Yeah, and it's just adding insult to injury when these same people are like the champions of safety for children, and it just takes away from the actual things we should be focusing on when trying to protect children. Like, there is many things as a country, as a society, as a government we can do.
Okay, Bedrock.
Children are safe using the internet. None of them are dystopian, but the one that they decided to employ was dystopian. But there's many different ways that we can actually go about protecting children, and all of this Online Safety Act and the various MPs involved getting arrested for diddling, like, it takes away from the actual conversations and discussions that we should be having as the British population about what we do to make the internet just a bit safer for kids. There's many things that we can do.
I agree with this. This is what I've been saying.
Is bringing in laws that are negative to the safety of children, and it's I
agree.
Good, is it? It really isn't good. Well, thank you for watching today's video. I did start off a bit lighthearted, but yes.
Yeah, I do agree with and I've been saying this myself, that a lot of the things that are being proposed to protect children don't actually protect children. They are security theater at best. I literally brought that up in the most recent YouTube video that I made myself, talking about FATPA and the Beard Act, which are going on in the USA, that could potentially ban VPNs as a byproduct, when I also went into the Texas Senate Bill 20 a little bit. There are a lot of things we can do to better secure children's experience on the internet. But the reality is government can't be the complete solution for everything. A lot of it does depend upon parents need to actually be more involved in their children's lives. But also at the same time, there needs to be more regulation around platforms that happen to have children on them, rather than regulate them, you know, to prove their ID or anything like that. That's not going to fix anything, because as we've seen, people can spoof a lot of these systems. What they need to do is, if you're on a platform that is targeting children, we already have COPPA, which doesn't allow, you know, specific targeting and data collection and things like that. Take it a step further, that these platforms have to have hard, rigid requirements for reporting and such. We saw how Roblox was dropping the ball when people were reporting issues, and what did they do? They banned Schlepp, called him a vigilante, even though by all definition, Schlepp was not a vigilante. Schlepp was not working outside the confines of the law. He was working within the law with law enforcement, handing the information over. And the reason why Schlepp and other people were doing things like that to catch predators between Roblox and Discord, from my understanding, is Roblox wasn't doing much. And Roblox didn't even get it through their head when there was like a lot of this adult content, apparently, because I've never played Roblox. My niece has played it, so I've been doing a little bit of research into it. I still haven't played it myself. I'm not that interested in it. Maybe one day I'll actually play it to understand what the hype is around this game, to at least get a perspective. But there are, from what my friends have told me, actual adult games on there, or mods, or however it works. And they were actually thinking of limiting access to 17 or older. 17 is still a minor. Like, the fact that Roblox didn't have this understanding in their head, 17 is still a minor, goes back to the saying that I've said a lot of times where, look, I'm in my 30s now. I have zero interest whatsoever in dating an 18-year-old. They're not old enough. They don't have enough life experience. The youngest I want to date is 25 at my point in life. And when I see some people even around my age that are dating 18-year-olds, even I pull them aside and say, dude, this is weird. And I have the theory that when you're my age and you're going after an 18-year-old, if you could go younger, you would. And that just, it's weird. Look, I've been on this discussion quite a bit where I don't understand it. It may be legal, but it's weird. But then Roblox is a whole other, can of worms that needs to be addressed. There should have been harsher regulations. That's not an adult, that's a fetus, basically. I mean, at 18 years old, you may legally be considered an adult, but you're not really an adult in my mind, because you're still a child. You still don't have the right to, in the U.S. at least, to drink. You still can't rent a car fully. You don't have the full scope of what the world is like. You still have to gain all this life experience. Do I think that we infantilize children a little bit too much, even in their teen years, and they should have more responsibilities? Yes, but they are still children that are learning. I think Roblox is like Minecraft, but with mods. But doesn't Minecraft have mods? I don't know. I'm a little, look, I just don't understand the whole Roblox situation and how it actually got to the levels that it's at. 17 years old, doesn't probably know how to write a check. Dude, that is not anything that just a 17-year-old doesn't understand. My generation doesn't even know how to write checks. Like, look, I've written probably 5 checks in my entire life. That's it. My most recent check I had to write out to get some repairs done on my house. I actually had to ask the banker, what fields do I fill out? How do I do this? Yeah, your brain isn't even fully developed. Agreed. Your brain is not fully developed until, like, what, you're 25, 26 years old or something like that? But, yeah, I don't understand a lot of the things going on with this entire situation. And like I've said, a lot of these politicians, it feels like they're just putting on political cover for their own nefarious actions in the background so that nobody looks at them. That's why they're like it's the same thing with years ago, a lot of the Republicans being caught, who are anti-LGBT, got caught with male prostitutes. You got being caught with trans people. Some of the most ardent anti-LGBT people. And it feels like the same thing for a lot of the people making these laws, because they're like, it's not going to actually stop me from, being a predator. So I'll just do this so that nobody thinks I'm the... It's so weird. It's really weird. And yeah, I really think Roblox should be held to task. They should be penalized for the lack of child safety they've had on there. I think there's a lot more we can do to protect children, but government can't do everything. A lot of that does have to rely upon parents being more involved. And this might be a little bit controversial, but I can see an argument for where, in certain situations in the world, if your parent isn't involved enough and your child is going into dangerous areas like they would be in real life, maybe we have to consider, I know this is going to trigger some people, CPS or something being involved. Not to necessarily take the kid away, but at least there needs to be some kind of education given to parents Because the problem is digital safety is not taught in the school. A lot of life skills are not taught in the school. There's a lot of parents and just adults that don't understand what safety in the modern world actually means. I mean, look, I had that video talking about graduation banners, and that was a problem. Remember that? The graduation banners? And how that was doxing kids? And I've had to have so many conversations with parents saying, you've just exposed your child's information to the internet because you took a picture of it in front of your house with the banner, and now people can figure out their house, their name, their location, and a lot of basic things to get access to their child's information before they even head to college. And they couldn't believe me until I actually did it. Took a picture of their house, reverse image searched it, basically, was able to identify the house, all of that. And I said, look, I did it in 5 minutes. Imagine if I had malicious intent. And they don't realize it until they're too late. A lot of millennials weren't ready to be parents. They want us dumb and compliant. Well, yeah, a lot of millennials aren't ready to be parents because our parents were boomers that didn't give a crap about us and, didn't care. This is the same generation that was raising Gen X, and Gen X will tell you all the time, they had the ads on TV, it's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your children are? They had to actually put an ad on TV to have parents make sure they know where their kids are. The whole idea of latchkey kids came about from Gen X having to be locked in their house and everything like that. But yeah, that is a whole topic I've beaten in as a dead horse. Zero-click exploit or state-level spyware or malware available on dark web or black market. Okay, first of all, I'm going to tell you, take the tinfoil hat off of your head because it's not really something that really should be bothering you. Because if you really think you're that important to be specifically targeted for state-level actor spyware, no, you're not. And if you are, you got bigger problems. But the idea of a lot of malware out there, it really depends on, is there exploits being done? And that's where new exploits are being found all the time. There's new patches all the times. And I wouldn't be too worried about it. Can you buy exploits on the internet, dark web and whatever? Yeah. But most of that state-level spyware comes from legitimate companies. What's the, Pegasus? Who made that? I can't remember the name. NSO Group. The NSO Group is a legitimate company that made the software behind that stuff. And they sell that to countries for that kind of stuff. Now, let me put it this way, Bedrock. Pegasus just happens to be based in Israel. Believe it or not, there's a lot of other spyware companies out there that aren't just in Israel. Israel just happens to have the most effective ones out there. The reason why, and I'm just going to tell you straight up, having lived in Israel, they have a different attitude when it comes to taking your research out of the military and applying it into the civilian sector. Whereas in the United States military, anything you have to you create in the United States military is considered property of the United States military. In Israel, you can develop things while you're in your military service, your mandatory conscription, and take that into the civilian world, and that can be your IP. So it's a completely different attitude on the different reasons. And that's why there's a lot of other defense technologies that are in the private sector in Israel that aren't so much in the U.S. sector. Because they then become property of the United States military through DARPA or other groups. Pegasus, the Greeks. Well, Pegasus is just one of the more popular ones that has been used to exploit machines. But the honest truth is, a lot of those, for the most part, really run at the runtime. So if you reboot your phone once a week, which is a general recommendation from CISA, that should remediate a lot of effects. Now, there are more persistent types of malware out there. I forget who it is. I think Amnesty International or whatever. They released a tool. I think it was them to inspect for it. UK's Online Safety Act government are exempt from age verification. Oh, yes, that's true. That's true. From what I've heard from a friend in the UK's Online Safety Act, higher-ups in government are exempt from age verification. It's so they can't get tracked and their ID won't get leaked. I know, ironic. Good enough for thee, but not for me. I don't believe in any law should have anyone above the law. If you pass a law, the government themselves should be applicable to it. Okay, you're not allowed to do insider trading, then Congress shouldn't be allowed to insider trade. I would take it even so far as to say, I don't think that Congress should be allowed to trade on individual stocks. They should be allowed at most on index funds. And I include that we should expand that net to family and to direct family of those that then can benefit the politician. No age verification. No one can force me to verify my age. Yeah. Look, I'm old enough now, they don't even card me to go buy beer, so. Hate that, boo, hypocrisy. Yeah, I don't like the hypocrisy that a lot of politicians have around things. It grinds my gears. I really do not like that. Government makes social securities for themselves and removes same for peasants. Well, of course. Good enough for thee, but not for me. That's the problem with politicians in general. I'm 30. Yeah, well, welcome to the old, the back pain club, buddy. Okay, so let's take a quick bio break. I'm gonna just hit the head. We'll be back, watch one more video, then we're gonna switch gears because I want to try out this game everyone's hyped about, Hollow Knight Silksong. So I bought that. So yeah, be right back. Bathroom break. You won't be missing anything. Okay. Everything Hurts Man was not meant to live this long. You know, what's interesting is if you actually look at the chart of the average life expectancy, apparently up until like, what is it, like the 1900s, the average person didn't live until like their 30s. I mean, they lived up until their 30s. Phrasing! All right. Okay, so we're going to watch this video from Damon Cassidy. I don't know why I wasn't subscribed to him. I actually watched quite a few of his videos. Why the job market is on the brink of collapse. And I've been theorizing this for a while, that the job market's a lot worse than it actually, you know, they say it is. Unemployment numbers are just horrible. And I know I just have this magic ability to have everyone stop on their O-face. But, yeah, this has been something that's been on my mind for a while. So Let's see what he's going to be talking about.
According to the Federal Reserve, young workers entering the job market are now facing the worst unemployment rate in nearly 40 years.
I agree.
With applications outpacing job openings by 400%. And with 300 million people projected to lose their jobs to AI just within the next 5 years. It raises the question, how close are we to a complete job market collapse? Well, the job market has evolved drastically throughout history, with each generation facing severe economic and cultural upheaval. The compounding effect of rapid technological expansion and the constant selling out of the future has left today's working class in a crisis unlike anything we've seen before. One of the first major issues we are facing is the consequences of reclassifying humans as consumers, as it has fundamentally changed the incentives behind our economic data, where rather than looking at the unemployment rate as a direct representation of the working class being unable to provide for their family, or the youth being unable to build a foundation that will be the backbone of the nation's future, we live in a reality where the stock market is actually banking on the fact for unemployment to get worse. So interest rates will come down,
that's
and we'll be able to
dangerous.
just drown ourselves in debt even easier. The government views the unemployment rate as fuel for re-election campaigns, as you can either blame the previous administration for all of the conflict that we're facing, or you can take credit for the reversal. One of the best ways that we can see this is the job revisions that have occurred in the past year, which now totals over 1 million jobs that were never actually created. We're despite continuously being told how great the job market is. Every sign that shows things are not what they appear miraculously keep getting brushed under the rug. And so then when you look at the corporate perspective, this manipulation of job data is actually being implemented
Don't
into
allow
their
works
business
to
model.
accept tips.
I recently just spoke with a
what?
gentleman, and he's actually going to be on the channel in my next video. He spent his entire career in tech, and he's probably like 45, late 40s, early 50s, maybe mid 50s. He got laid off from his company, or the company went under, because they were found guilty for manipulating employment data.
Oh,
They
geez.
were growing for venture capitalists to get funding for their business. Since then, he has applied to hundreds of jobs.
Yeah.
Hasn't been able to get a job. He is now working at, or hasn't been able to get a tech-related job, a job that he has had experience in for his entire career. He is now working overnight shifts at Walmart, stocking dog food on the shelves. And it's important because, again, this isn't just, Gen Z just being lazy, not able to get a job if you just go out there and work harder. This is, an older gentleman that is very smart and really great to speak with and still optimistic and hopeful. And this is what he's experiencing. And I'm not stating that somebody working at Walmart doing that.
This isn't uncommon from what I've heard.
Less. I'm just stating it isn't in alignment with his experience and his work history. What we are also finding is that businesses are actually using this as a tactic to combat each other and to get data from one another. And this is a Bloomberg report that I'm going to go ahead and share here.
So the core allegation was that senior officials at Odin Partners encouraged junior staff to phone up traders at really big banks, give fake names for themselves, fake names for Odin Partners, and try and persuade these traders to share sensitive information about P&L, salary, makeup of teams, some of which information Odin Partners would then share with its clients. So far, they're saying absolutely nothing about this on the record. Now, privately, there's some suggesting that those banks aren't concerned about these allegations at all, like one or two of these banks. So at one of these banks, there was a suggestion that there isn't a review into these allegations and they plan to keep working with Odin Partners. Another bank, there was a suggestion, well, the information, the intelligence and the contacts that Odin Partners have are just so good, just so useful.
And so what we begin to recognize
Interesting.
is that this dehumanizing aspect of being twisted into really every which way you look, that there are incentives to improve this. I want to just give you examples, and I've said this before in my videos, but it is crucial that we begin to understand truly how little they care about people actually being the data points. So the first one is that related to ghost jobs. More than 60% created ghost jobs to make employees believe their workload would be alleviated by new workers.
Yep. I've seen that a lot.
Said that they posted ghost jobs expressly to make their employees feel replaceable 43% stated
Mhm.
they used it to
Seen
get the
that too.
perception that their company was thriving despite uncertain economic conditions. So
Yep.
just manipulating data. 85% go as far to interview candidates despite not actively hiring for the role. Nearly 70% of them said posting fake jobs listings boosted revenue. 65% said the job ads
Jesus.
had a positive impact on morale.
Wait, what?
77% reported an uptick in productivity among workers because they were scared of losing their job. 70% believe that it is morally acceptable to do this. Like, how
Who are the people they're interviewing to think this is morally acceptable?
These are people. These are people just trying to get a job. And we are being...
Let me pause for a sec. Not only that, ghost jobs, I view that as a form of fraud. That is a fraud. Look, if I sold you a product, if I were saying I was selling a product, but did not actually have that product, and I just took your money, that would be a crime, right? That'd be fraud. So why are ghost jobs not being viewed with the same lens that is fraud? And companies should be taking a task for this. Because then it skews the entire picture of what we have with the economy's health and everything. And I've seen this firsthand. And, excuse me, the government doesn't really, I mean, not the government, the companies don't really care about the average employee. I've seen this firsthand where you have the upper echelon of management that doesn't know their ass from a hole in the ground on what actually are the tech issues going around, mandating, oh, well, we have to fix this issue and that issue. And my team is over here like, that is not even related at all to the actual issues we have in the company. Well, we need to get this taken care of. Well, sure, let me expense all of my energy on this one little thing that you're feeling is worthwhile, and take my energy away from the things that actually matter in terms of cybersecurity and your tech stack. And I am so tired of management getting in the way of workers knowing what needs to be done, and management basically smelling their own farts, thinking they know things when they're not in the trenches with us, and all they do is they add more meetings to our day so that we are less productive, because now we're having meetings about meetings and meetings to talk about the thing that I was doing, but now I'm spending an hour here instead of doing the thing that I want to do, explaining to you about why I did the thing that I did and how the thing that I did is actually coming along. Sorry, that was a rant. Let's continue.
Being manipulated and deceived and all of this. And what you begin to recognize is that when you have the powers that be have absolutely zero incentive and actually be able to profit off of manipulated data, there isn't any reason for things to get better. And you can specifically see this when it's related to the job search platforms like LinkedIn or Indeed. I've already made a video, sharing my perspective on LinkedIn.
It's horrible.
What we are finding now is 2024 was one of their best years on record. They're growing at a unbelievable rate. And so why would they be incentivized to make things better? Matter of fact,
this could have been an email, exactly.
Because their premium memberships are surging. And that's because what people are finding is that you can't network without having the premium membership. And so people are spending, whatever it is, $25 to $40 a month just to be able to network.
LinkedIn has never made sense to me. It's a BS platform.
The issue is that this is often intertwined with the discourse of being lazy or whining, or you're going to see comments that are saying that I'm just shilling for communism, that this is communist propaganda, all of these things. The reality is that people shouldn't be working harder because they're scared that somebody's going to replace them, and that isn't even real.
Yep.
That people are starting to kind of work and feel a little more comfortable because they think somebody's going to finally come and alleviate some of the extra work that they're having to do, when they're not getting paid more. These are things that are
a coffee cup with that on the bottom here to my last boss. I need
a
that.
left versus right discussion or a capitalism for socialism, all these things. This just shouldn't be happening. because people matter. But when you remove humanity from everything, well, everything is just data points. And the unfortunate reality is that humans, Americans, we no longer view each other as humans or neighbors or friends or, partners. It is just
I agree.
another disposable person, or let me take everything from you to serve my interests the best. And when you have situations like that, you have the last form of resistance that could force some sort of incentive for the powers that be to begin to make changes. I think that's why I stress so much about the importance of labor unions, because if you strip away the biases that you have of the corruption, an interesting thing is I asked my mom, my parents are both very smart and, blue collar workers, very disciplined, patriotic Americans. I think that they're amazing. And they're also baby boomers. But I asked my mom, what are your thoughts on unions? What did you experience growing up? And she said, oh, well, they were run by the mob. And I think that's just so interesting because for a young person, I've never heard that. And there's so many different narratives that have been implemented into the young mind, 1980s, 1970s, 1960s young mind, to degrade the system that did provide resistance. The way that I view labor unions is it's just
an interesting way to phrase it.
The working class. It is a way for people to be able to
Not saying it's wrong, just saying it's interesting.
A home to go into to allow discussion to have. You kind of leave some of your thoughts.
Unions are gone in the USA.
To agree on this one thing. And when you don't have that,
they just don't have as much power as they used to.
Single freaking thing. I mean, it's actually embarrassing how we can't agree on anything and we can't have discussions. And I've said it before, it's like everybody, the American culture is you're expected to know everything, but we're going to teach you nothing. And we're going to blame you for not understanding what it is that you don't understand. Or I said it more eloquently the first time, but it's like this cycle of I'm just going to blame the next person that's smaller than me.
Mm-hmm.
And when you have that, when you don't have an incentive to make situations better, and the people that are actually experiencing the conflict are just ripping each other apart, it's a recipe for disaster. So that alone, I believe to be why the job market is collapsing. I would even state has collapsed. I think
it pretty much has collapsed. It's going to get worse.
In the next couple of years is going to be pretty horrendous in terms of the job market.
And Trump's exacerbated it with his tariffs and all that
when you
stuff.
Look at structural concerns. Well, one of them is clearly that wages are not keeping up. When we got off the gold standard, inflation is deteriorating the working class's ability to progress throughout life. And one of the things that you see, again, with the incentive for Wall Street to want unemployment data to get worse, to allow the stock market to improve because interest rates will lower, all of the wealthy people are putting their money into assets because that's the only thing that's going to be able to overcome the degradation of the dollar. And so what we're seeing is that the stock market is rallying because people don't have faith in the dollar. Now, if you don't have money, you're not able to do that, right? Let me turn the slide on real quick. I'll be right back. And so the unfortunate situation is that you don't even have an incentive to make the dollar stronger. Wages, we are unable to understand the impact of inflation. We can't comprehend that $15 now and $3 in, 1980 is the same thing. Maybe that $3 is actually higher. And that also is damaging on the discourse that we have amongst one another. If you speak with someone older and you tell them I'm making $20 an hour, they're like, God, you're rich. And the reality is it's like $20. I'm not saying that that's nothing, but trying to buy a home when 79% of Americans can't afford the median home, $20 isn't enough.
Oh, I agree.
And I think that there's certain elements like that. The fact that, we are so quiet and we are so just prone to just go to work, not question the system, continuously have everything suck. You complain.
That the country isn't a death cult, so why bother making things better?
And yet, whenever somebody mentions it, you're instantly met with like resistance. It's kind of the craziest thing that I've experienced. But okay, so wages haven't kept up. Healthcare is not, you're not getting good. Like, when was the last time your insurance with your company actually paid for anything? So you're not getting that incentive.
Mine barely paid for crap.
You also have the structural issue of not being able to have to, like, what are you working for? Are you working because you believe in the company? Most likely not.
Nope.
Are you, not anymore? Are you working because you're going to be able to afford a home? There's not a shot. Are you working to be able to, pursue your dream? You're probably living paycheck to paycheck. The majority of people are.
Yeah,
And
I
so
can
when
see
you have
that.
that reality and everybody is just working to work, now there truly is not an incentive to have things get better. And the worse
Nope.
it gets, the more desperate people are going to be. And
Yeah,
the
yep.
unfortunate reality is, because we are so divided, we're not going to come together. We're going to rip each other apart even more, and it's going to be violent, and it's going to be
Oh, yeah.
disastrous, and it's going to be a real shame. And one of the things that
If they keep us fighting at the bottom, then we can't focus at the top.
Wage is a perfect example. There is so much political and ideological bias into minimum wage. I believe minimum wage should be a livable wage. That is what it was intended to do. FDR specifically stated it. I proved it in my minimum wage video. People were still arguing that.
I agree with that.
And so I believe everybody to deserve a livable wage.
The problem is
especially in the United
inflation has gotten too
You
crazy.
should deserve a livable wage. I recently just was somewhere where I was walking down a street, and there was a homeless individual that said, $1 would help. I'm tired of feeling invisible. And he was so crunched over with a hood over him. The amount of people, and the amount of people that never saw him, it's disgusting. And so, because we don't have, we're not making this, we've stripped the humanity. We just think, our political or ideological biases come in, but you don't see the person that feels invisible, right? And so what I try to do is I try to reframe it and show, hey, nobody is making what they're supposed to be making. Wages have stagnated. If you adjust minimum wage for inflation, it should be $15.
Yeah.
And it's something like 25% of Americans aren't even making $15.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
And if you adjusted it for productivity, I think it's like $21. Again, I don't have the
I
data
agree.
in front of me, but it's around
Makes
there.
sense.
And it's something like 43% of Americans aren't making $21. And so what I'm trying
That's
to show
ridiculous.
you is that nobody is making enough money, but we can't even get past that resistance. And so when you have some of the proposed talking points of, we just need universal basic income, I can't even get to thinking about that, because who's going to say we're going to have universal basic income when we can't even raise minimum wage from $7.25?
Yep.
Like, it's not going to happen. And if it does, it's not going to be enough.
We're going to be we already are a third world country with the Gucci belt.
Universal basic income is good or bad. I think that deserves a conversation. I'm more just trying to present a talking point. And when you have these fundamental components, what I hope that you can begin to recognize is that, one, nobody's going to come save us. That isn't going to happen. The other one is that I think if things get better, we have to be the ones that do something. And what I am finding is that to be unbelievably difficult.
Oh, yeah.
Mostly to come together. I thought that if I provided as many facts as I possibly could, it would force you to recognize that we have to come together.
No, the problem is cognitive dissonance.
The other person.
You have a lot of people that stick their fingers in the air.
At the people that are actually causing the issues.
Yep.
But educate ourselves. Be strategic. Be disciplined. Be eloquent in how we speak. Find ways that we can navigate the decades of propaganda. And so I think that this is then when we come to the point of, some of us will just be thinking this is a depressing conversation, right?
It is, but it's
I
necessary.
think it's important that we begin to reframe these discussions, not as depressing or doomer content, but as like spreading awareness. I think that we have gotten to the point where, because we don't have any structural foundations that are providing support, we are demanding more from people that can't necessarily give that. I feel like my content does a really good job, and I'm very proud of it, of spreading awareness. But then I get met with, This is just talk. This isn't providing value. You're not providing solutions. It's very difficult for a 25-year-old who is spending 60 hours a week just to make this content to also combat decades of
Well, the first step is a discussion has to be had in the first place. Same thing in cybersecurity.
my last video,
Dialogue is the most important thing to discover weaknesses and vulnerabilities.
it was like $180. A video from me is profitable if it crosses about 330,000 views. It is unbelievably difficult to get a video to hit 330,000 views. And so
I'm barely hitting 1,000 on my
I'm
videos,
trying to do the best I can,
at least on the YouTube side.
but it's very difficult to kind of do everything. And so the reason I say that is because I need help. And the way that I need help is for you to listen to what it is that I'm saying. We have to come together. And it isn't going to be like us hugging each other. Like, we just have to be able to sit at a table and have a conversation.
Instead, we're all screaming at each other.
We just have to start talking.
No, I agree.
And so at the end of my videos, you know, the reason why I'm not championing for us to start some sort of labor union or organize in that way is because throughout history, it is factually proven. I have mentioned it in my videos. I have read it myself. Is that the major reasons why labor movements and labor unions failed throughout the Gilded Age and the you know, really up until World War II was because people couldn't agree on what they were fighting for. And I believe that we're divided even more today.
Oh yeah, I agree with that.
And so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to alter the perception that we have on some of these things, that it shouldn't just be minimum wage is good, minimum wage is bad. People deserve to have a livable wage, or at least none of us are getting paid enough.
I definitely agree with that statement.
And I'm going to put a screenshot on here. I had a gentleman that said, young people are just lazy and they're trying to, you know, skip steps because I had to work for my paycheck. And I basically just tell him, you know, don't spread that propaganda. Don't listen to that. People just want to have a chance to be able to have a future. They want to be able to have a family and have a home. And, you know, he goes back to how hard he had to work. And I say,
okay,
you're
cool,
not
but
frustrated at me.
you had an easier
You should
time.
actually be asking for more money. And then he said, yeah, it's these greedy employers. And so in one conversation, I was able to shift a perspective. That's what matters. And so
he agrees people are greedy, but doesn't accept that that's the problem.
Like this content, if you believe in what it is that I am trying to do here, if you feel aligned with what it is that I'm stating, the way that you can support me, the way that you can actually make a difference is interact in the comment section. And don't do it with, like, you know, berating and negative content or you know, negative comments. If somebody says something you don't agree with, react in a way that you would want to be reacted to. Have discussions, please. That makes a difference. I love when you...
So he's kind of dragging on, but I think we get the point here. I think overall it's a pretty good video. And I do agree with a lot of his points there. I mean, pretty much the whole thing. It's nothing different than what I've also been saying, but of course in different wording, maybe a little bit more eloquent than what I've said. But definitely in terms of ghost jobs, I see it as fraud. I see ghost jobs being posted as fraud. If you as a company have zero intention of filling that position and are just putting it up to say that it's there, then that is a fraudulent action. Because you're showing your company is trying to grow, but you don't want to grow. And then you also waste time of a lot of people out there that are trying to apply for these jobs, thinking they have a shot. That is a problem. That is a huge problem with the market that we have right now. Not to mention, like he was saying, the stock market is rallying based on the fact that we can remove employees by automating more things. And then we don't seem to address what the issues are going to be coming down the road as this, you know, cycles down more and more around the toilet, basically. I don't know exactly what the solution is, but I do agree with him that the conversations are what we have to have. A dialogue has to be opened. It's the same thing in cybersecurity all the time. If everyone keeps their cards close to their chest and doesn't actually tell everyone what their issues are in their, you know, respective departments or respective fields or anything like that, we can't get to the bottom of how to better secure their systems, their infrastructure. And that's the overall problem, is no one wants to acknowledge, one, that there is a problem, and two, that we need to have a discussion about this problem, because eventually it's going to hit critical mass, and the United States is already at the point where we're a third world country wearing a Gucci belt. But, yeah, I don't know where we go from here. Yeah. The world's going to hell in a handbasket. That's all I can say. But, we can at least now shift gears a little bit. So there's a game that's actually been hyped up. It's an indie game. I don't know if you've heard about this. It's Hollow Knight Silk Song. Apparently a bunch of people are raving about this game. I haven't played it, but I was like, what the hell? It can't be that bad. So I've heard some good things about it. So we're going to play that. I just had to switch over everything on the platform. Now, I did look it up. It says that it's perfectly playable on Linux. I don't see why not. So we're just gonna... This needs a controller for the best experience. Okay. Where is my Xbox controller? Okay, give me a sec. There it is. I knew it was here somewhere. Yeah. Okay. So they do want a controller. So just going to plug that in. It's not USB unless you try plugging it in 3 times at least. Okay. Pretty straightforward launch. Of course I want it to be English. Mi no mambo italiano. So apparently this game was like so popular that it, like, from what I heard, was crashing servers trying to download it. Chair was on top of the cord. All right. So apparently they have a soundtrack in here that people like too. They see your beauty, so frail and fine. They see your peace, woven of faith and toil. They forget your heart, bound in slumber and servitude. When you wake, they shall see your truth, a beast nature bare to all. Okay. From Farloom's Folly by the conductor Ramino. Oh, heard of that. Enjoy dying over and over. Well, I'm already dead inside, so, I mean, it can't be that far off. This is some nice 2D artwork. Thank you, Ernesto. Happy Sunday to you too, bud. Okay, so we fall into a cavern. This is some good artwork, though. Act 1. Farloom!
Corren.
Okay. That's some pretty good graphics. So, A to jump. Okay. Pretty straightforward. I can already see they definitely optimized this for a controller. Wait, hold on. Is there something over here? Nope. So I just want to point out that apparently this game is done by a small studio, and yet Pirate Software still couldn't get his game out released after a few years. I think they said they made this game in like 2 or 3 years. Maybe last time? I don't know. I'm probably gonna be dying soon. Okay, so he takes 3 attacks. And then these guys take 2. This is a pretty smooth side scroller, if I have to say. He's doing the Wario butt slam. A mossberry. Okay. You have to take a shit or something? What's going on? Can you imagine the voice actor that had to do this? Alright, we need you to take vocals like you're going to be taking a shit, but the toilet's not nearby. There we go. I wonder what these things are that I'm collecting. Wait, what's up here? Okay, I can't double jump. What's that? So B does that little bind thing. Okay. Okay, so we got that. What exactly are these bugs that we're, like, killing? Got them butt slammers. Oop. Ah! God damn it. Okay, so if you hold A, you go a little bit further. That was my issue. I don't know how to hit that berry. All right. Oh, there he is. He's got a shit again. Yeah, can't even move. The power of the dookie is strong. I apparently have to rest. Wait, is that just a save point? I like the artwork in this game, like, just how they layered everything. It gives this, like, 3D aesthetic without being 3D. Ooh, is this a boss? The Moss Mother. Come on, I played enough Sonic. I can deal with you. Oop. Too close, that one. God damn it. Ah. Come on! Get your fat ass down here. Oh. Misjudged that. Come on. You killed one of your own babies. Come on. There we go. Do I not get any new abilities or anything? We ascended. Man, this dude's really got to take a dookie. I don't know if that's what he's really doing, but I just like to say it because it's funny. Okay, so what happened here?
Hey, come on. Hey, look, I'm Papa. Oh, alelo.
Up with you, I won't have you dying on my floor.
Plataka.
If it lasts, you should mind your strength, traveler. There's no use wasting energy on an old nobody like me. I see that now, madam. My welcome to your land has not been kind. I had reason to be wary. So you're another pilgrim, then, scuttled out of the darkness to climb the great path and bow to at its gilded peak?
Miofene?
I am no pilgrim. I am Hornet, and I arrive in your land by no choice of my own. I was brought to your kingdom by force, captured by strange bugs clad in veils. Oh ho, how curious, the bugs of the citadel at the summit of our land. They veil themselves in service to their faith, or perhaps as slaves of something greater. Then I shall seek their citadel. If these veiled bugs would go to such lengths to bring me here, I intend to find out why. God, this is going on a little while. Oh ho, ferocious, intimidating, yours is no pilgrim spirit, you're the bearing of a hunter. Welcome then, fierce traveler, to Farloom, our holy yet haunted land. Before you depart, permit an old bug a brief warning. Best keep that weapon drawn. Our kingdom is gripped by a curse. Its paths grow wild and dangerous, and though some still attempt to climb to the citadel at its crest, none return to speak of what they see. We have a new objective. Send through the lands of Farloom to reach the citadel at the kingdom's peak. View objectives and tasks of the screen of the menu.
Torodano. Tamiyan.
You know, the graphics kind of remind me of the feel of, like, Sonic. But with more layers. Bone Bottom. That sounds like something that you'd find in a LGBT dating app. Bone Bottom. I need to bottom out. There's a fearful world out there. If you can keep quiet, I don't mind joining me. I've chosen a curious place to rest. This pit of bells and the structure around it. They suggest a station for travel, though one long abandoned. Lands, great veins of them, it's forged by our ancient kin. And some say bugs used to travel through them in gilded carriages, no less. Surely such fanciful travel would be a sin for us pilgrims. We must walk and climb and crawl using only our own meager claws. Only thus we can prove our devotion. Won't you stop and make trade with an old pilgrim? I'd see your wares, madam, though I fear I have nothing worthy to offer. Like when we can barter still in this devout land, we deal in the currency of faith. Those finely rosaries, those finely carved beads of prayer. If you will only share some with me, I will trade you something. Oh, I ain't got any of those. That's interesting. They got like quite a few NPCs that you can interact with. The text that they have, the speech they have going, kind of reminds me of the Minions. There's Shema, a pilgrim just like you. I hear the call of the great citadel just like every other devout soul. Look here, as soon as our sacred journey begins, we are tested. This huge gate stands between us. This kingdom, even mighty bone, is moved by music. Join your voice with mine, Red Maiden. You, me, and my lucky chime will sing together. Well, I don't really speak. I just, do text. So if you give me a music sheet, I might be able to do something. I kind of figure those spikes are a no-go. Oop. Did not mean to do that. God damn it. I don't know what that was, but it was shiny. Oh, I don't have enough to do a bind. Oh, okay. There we go. Got him. I think I just opened the gate for them. Oh, those are really cool graphics. The Great Gate heard my song and it's infinite. No, I just flipped the lever for you. But sure, you believe whatever you want. Okay, so we got some rosary beads. How is it on Linux? It's great. I haven't had any issues with this, but this is a very simple game. Sure, I'll put 30 rosary beads in. You're blessed to walk the foundations of Farloom. Humble yourself before the shells of those who gave their lives to hold our kingdom's weight. Yeah, the only thing you definitely need a controller to play this game. Hold up. Well, that's neat. I can do directional. That's really cool how they layer it on. Feel like we're close to a boss. Nope, we're near a new area. Of course there's lava. Why is there always lava? Okay, I feel like we can explore a little bit more. Ooh, that was close. God damn it. Didn't get my bind in time. Alright, let's try this again. Oh, cool. Alright. Got my little things back, I guess. Yeah, I realized I could aim the little sword upwards. Oh, now I can jump higher. God damn it. God damn it. How'd I die again? I will say this game is definitely done pretty well. Come on, you fat-ass bug. Okay, so those temporary things do rebuild. That's good to know. God damn it, I was trying to jump up on that ledge to give me an edge. I'm a poet and I didn't even know it. Just wish there was a way to run faster. I got these little tiny chicken legs. Alright, come on. Jump her. Come on, buddy. I know you want me. I know you want me. I know you want me. Come on. That's what I was trying to do the last time. Yeah, that's right. You ain't so good without your shell now, huh? Oh, there's another thing there. Let's keep going. Let's see what we can get.
Let's kick ass. I can save money now and there.
One can eat, get money in the daytime, even count it when I sleep. Wake up to getting bread, bitch, I do this for the streets. ADHD. Thank you for the follow, Lilith. Appreciate you. Happy hacking, bud. Oh, and you just subbed too. Appreciate that. I mean, you followed and you subbed. Sweet, thank you. Hello! Oh, okay. I was like, I thought I died. Okay, let's see. Where are we going now? Oh, I thought that big dude was surely gonna kick my ass. I hear a voice. This definitely feels like the minions with like the little language they have. Oh, there's a boss. Oh wait, maybe not. For though you are a child barely hatched, you are also a warrior stance your weapon proclaimed to. I wanted the badge, but it also helps you out too. Well, I appreciate it, buddy. These strange shuffling pilgrims. In the camp below, they were docile enough, but up here, they seem to have lost their senses. They cry out to the darkness and attack their fellow travelers. Yakunash, keep your weapon drawn, and your bearings true. The way ahead is winding, and to lose one's way invites only death. I'm a navigator amongst my tribe and have been making maps of these lands. I can trade them with you and supplies if you wish. Of course, I don't have enough beads.
Nera Pashma. Hika.
Wait, that sign says go that way, but I kind of want to go this way. I always want to do the opposite of what people tell me. Oh, they give me rosaries. Damn it. God damn it. God damn it. Wait, am I not able to get that? Or am I just... I think I'm just not able to get it. God damn it! Okay, Lilith. Yeah, you can lurk. That's cool. Oh, so I dropped all my items, so now I gotta figure out the way to get back there. Fun! Okay. Gotcha. As soon as it fires, then jump across. Oh, okay. Oh, God! Hit the edge right there. Alright, so we went all the way up. Alright, let's go a little bit higher. Like my life during high school. We're just gonna get higher. Oh. Did not mean to do that.
Hmm?
Okay, we're back to where I was when I died. Cool. Alright, we got that one. Yeah, we got a bunch of rosary beads. that. Oh, so we got all those. Ooh. On the spikes, dude! By grace rewarded, by thread you healed, for favor we offer a song. Oh, I gotta watch out for the vines then. Oh, well, I guess that's a quick way to, you know, rebuild that. So, I feel like there's a more powerful attack that I'm probably gonna have to get through that. May as well just get that rebuilt, because it's like right there. So I can at least heal myself a little bit. Let's get through... Jump. Ooh, daughter of a distant land, but we who remained have waited long, bind our strength to yours, reclaim the future of the kingdom. Okay. What had just happened? Bound the silk spear. I feel like that's the stronger weapon I was talking about that I need to get. Ah. So you have to build up your attack a little bit. Nice. There we go. Oh. God damn it. So you use all the points to heal, but then you need to use the silk skill. There we go. Now I got another save point. Oh, wait, there's a boss, isn't there? Yeah, that's a boss. No, wait, no. You're terrible to interrupt a humble druid. I meant no intrusion, druid. The sound of your laughter drew me to investigate. The settlement is built around an old structure of the Weavers. Do you know of them? Do they habit this land still? What settlement? What Weavers? You speak nonsense. You're here, so why did you send you? That's such a weird way to put that. Did you hear my wish? Granter of wishes, you? Granter of wishes? Wishes, yes, my wish. I need fruits of the world. 3 little darlings. I need them, so I wish. Does the kingdom not send you, little you, to grant my desire? Promise then, a binding stronger than sin. Bring me the 3 moss berries, precious fruit, grant my wish, and then the work be done. Almost met an untimely end over there, huh? I let a fairy loose. Or a firefly. Whatever. Braid rosary string. May as well get some rosary beads out of that. God damn it. So now I gotta go down over here. Gotta make my way all the way over here. Alright, come on. There we go. Alright. Oh, wait. I think I dropped one. Yeah. Oh, so the black ones are 5 rosary beads. Nice. Did not mean to do that. Mosslands map. You can add new areas you discover to maps on your own. We pluck these quills from the gold penny. I obtained a map! Hooray! Track your location through the winding. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. You actually show yourself walking around. Man, they actually did a lot of details to this game. Like, I was not expecting much out of a 2D game, but, like, yeah. I'm actually impressed at all the details they put in. I feel like this is the boss area. The Bell Beast! Okay, so how am I supposed to beat that guy? Ooh, that was close. I gotta remember to pay attention to those little details. Wait. Almost forgot one. There we go. Alright, got a little... That was really close. Down to 1 bar of health. So let's go back for a second, because I want to see... Can I get the compass?
Buenera.
Wishke. Goraloth.
Okay, bench pins. While traveling in unfriendly lands, it is important to remember safe places to camp. These pins will mark benches and other rest spots. Okay. Alright, let's see. Oh, landed a little too close. Did not know they could do that. That's right. Stick that ass up in the air. Nope, 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 nope. trying to flail your balls around at me. Oh, mother. Okay. Okay, cool. So now I know where I am on a map. That's actually useful. Get over here, you bastard. There we go. Got another mossberry. I got another mossberry, you dingleberry. Alright, let's see if we can go back to that warrior dude. Trail marker, you can use these as an important place on the map. Perhaps you'll think of me. Wait, what? You can only have 2 items listed. Okay. All right, let's try this again. Come on. That's right. Give me that booty up in the air. Big bouncing bell balls. did I lose one? No, 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 no! God damn it! Damn it! Right in the middle of when I was healing. Wait, was that not the right way? Wait, am I a little lost here? God damn it. Just trying to get a few extra rosary beads. Ended up backfiring. Wonder what these little things are supposed to do. Okay, so where am I supposed to go? Okay, no. Nope. Okay, so now...
خير يسك ميمي جو
Okay, cool. Oh, that makes sense.
وشكا هاي لاي لاي وشكارو
Oh, I guess that's like a long way down. I shouldn't have been trying to go to that rest spot, because that was further than I thought it would be. And that defeats the whole point of saving some effort. Alright, let's try this again. The Bell Monster! Come on, show me them balls. Nope. Okay, you got one on me. Nope. Hey! I defeated the Bell Beast. I defeated the Bell Beast. What I get? 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 I have the power! Child. Spider. Spider-Man. Spider-Man. We feel it. Do I have spidey sense? Rise. Arrived at last. We feel it. I can feel it calling in the air of night. Hold on. Our strength. Oh, I can actually move. I was like, wait, am I supposed to wait? That was so confusing. Ooh, that's a clever mechanic. Come, child, witness our waking. Okay. Come on. Consume the silk heart. Regain the power to regenerate silk from within one shell. Okay, what does that mean? Okay, what's in here? Ding dong, the bitch is gone, the bitch is gone, the bitch is gone. Ding dong, ding dong. Oh. That's useful. Oh, that lever just literally dropped the door. Oh, neat. I like the little mechanics they have to cut like grass and stuff. They put a lot of detail in for this just to be a 2D side-scroller. Nope. Oh, God damn it! So that attack, I thought it would have just like slammed me down to the ground, but no. I have to be strategic. There we go. What's this noise that's being made? Taste around the heart, pulsing rhythm, sick, alive, dead, something worse, deeper, must look deeper. That's how Cherry is, just 3 people, 1 for art, 1 for code, 1 for announcement date. But yeah, this game is really well done. Which just should really put Pirate Software to shame, because, like, what's his excuse for having this many years and not having his game done? This game was made by 2 people too. Holy crap, only 2? Like, this is putting a lot of game makers to shame. Because, like, this has been actually more entertaining than some AAA titles I've had to deal with. Like, seriously. This is a really great game, and I haven't even, like, gotten to probably the good stuff yet. I don't get the hype. Is it that good? It's actually pretty entertaining, and there's a nice story in here, and the fact that it's only made by, 2 people. 1 for art, 1 for coding. That just blows me away. That's the impressive part about this game. And that it just runs so smooth. Yes, I know it's a 2D side-scroller, but it goes to show you we don't need games with, like, the most high-end, you know, realistic systems to enjoy. They just have to have good story, good game mechanics. It's a little bit challenging. Okay. But there's a 3rd person for PR. Yeah. I get that, but... But yeah, I've only just really started playing the game, but... It's pretty good, even if I'm dying a lot. skip that guy for now, because we don't need to get any goodies from him. The first part was nuts. What first part? Come on, you little bastard. Oh, the music? Yeah, the music's pretty good in this. Oh!
Rin!
Mother! I'm trying to get that bug's attention without... How the hell did I thought I had like 3 skulls left, but... God damn it. I mistimed that horribly.
Huh?
God damn it. Oh, God damn it. God damn it. I wish there was a way to, like, get fully started with that entire stack so I could at least have that energy built up. I don't know why I just did that, but what the hell. Oh, I can use it to travel? Ah.
Dad.
That's interesting. So now I know how to travel back to that place. I was like, I'm gonna have to travel through the entire thing, but no. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna go to Moss Home. I think we need to look for that berry. I don't think I've been here before. Nice. Alright, let's see. Where do we need to go now? Ooh. Oh!
Samaskere, mio fene, tarayaka.
Wait, wasn't there a merchant in here or something?
Baba, yeah.
They rare find this, shinier than the faith. A skilled crafts bug could fashion something nice out of it. Oh, nice. So I got my first wish granted. Garb of the Pilgrims. This is the okay, that's the bell beast. I knew that was like, okay. Now it's sort of making sense. This is so well done, this game. Like, even as a 2D side-scroller. Like, I know I've said that a lot, but it's true. Come on. Bunch of rosary beads. Okay, so we did explore that area over there.
Hey, no.
The hell? Ooh, damn. I can't believe like I survived that fall. I thought, man, I was gonna die. What did I just grab? Why do I have pilgrim shawls? Is that tied to one of the missions that I had? Okay, so I need to get 12 of these shawls. Gotcha. Okay. We got 4. Let me tell you how popular Team Cherry is. When another company heard that the game was coming out, they moved the game release to next year. Really? Yeah, I can't possibly get that with the spikes out there. Well, they did an amazing job with this game, to say the least. I'm really impressed, and we will definitely be playing this some more in the future. People are scared of Team Cherry because it's indie and has low prices. Yeah, I heard AAA was freaking out about this. Because they're like, wait, this game is too cheap. Like, this is beating our reason for, you know, high prices and yada, yada, yada. God damn it. Lost the shawl opportunity there. I'll have to look into their other games, definitely. Okay, so I got 9 out of 12 shawls. But I do want to get my, stuff back. Oh my god, damn it! I think I lost all those beads. Excited for September 11th and 14th. Why should I be excited for September 11th? Oh, Borderlands 4. I thought that's September 12th. This guy, I always F up the timing with. Okay, come on. And then that always happens, because I always end up on one. Okay. Yeah, but I thought Borderlands 4 was, what was that? I thought Borderlands 4 was not coming out until, the 12th. Yeah, as I was saying, I thought Borderlands was September 12th, not 11th. I could be wrong. It says 11 on Steam. Interesting. But I do have Borderlands 4 pre-ordered, so that shouldn't be an issue. That was close. Okay. God damn it. Okay. Let's see. Okay, cool. There we go. That's what I was looking to do. Alright, let's see. I need to go back and claim the, Oh, nope. Can't go that way. I guess we gotta go this way. How did I forget those? Oh, then I can go to the Bell Beast over here. And go to Bone Bottom. We're gonna be boning it. That dude is left, the one that was like trying to play some music or whatever. Nice. Rosary string. I can string them up safe so you won't go losing them, but it can keep some talent and keep them properly. It'll help you gather up to come back and share with me, won't you? Okay, so now let's see where we want to go. It's amazing that like AAA studios are actually worried about this. Did I just spend 80 rosaries to get 60 rosaries?
Baba, yeah.
Intricate tracking device card from Shell the Bear's location. Any loose beads will be pulled toward the rarer. I'll have to play with that later. Wait. Thought I could equip 2 items. Okay. So it looks like there's several other items I can collect. Okay. But I can definitely see how you need a controller for this game. Give me my rosary bead. Alright, I guess we should go to the marrow. I don't know if I've been back here before. That was not what I was trying to do. How the hell do I get around there? Feels like there's a second level over here. Okay, maybe. Aha! I knew it. That would have been useful early on if I didn't have to travel all the way up there. Made the Bell Beast a little bit easier, but oh well. Oh. God damn it. Ooh. Aren't you nasty? Ah, motherfucker. God damn it. Really? Oh, just had to avoid one. No, entire room collapses on me. F you. Okay, so we got some craft metal. Okay, I'm not able to jump that high. So what am I supposed to do? Woo, that was close. Oh god, another boss battle. Ah, crap. That's gonna be a long way over. I should have saved that bind for, later. Okay, where are we entering? Oh, goody. Just what I needed.
Magina Fora.
You'd be dead before your claw. So that's a thief. A straight pin. A light throwing tool. Oh, okay. I think that's what I needed to maybe take on this guy. We shall see. Well, yeah, I can see. Oh, so we need bone shards to do that. Okay. So it seems like I can replenish my ranged item. God damn it. Okay, so I can only have 12 of those. I don't know if 12 is enough, but God damn it. Alright, come on. This game is kind of addicting, I will not lie. How do I kick his ass? So I'm wondering how I'm gonna kill this guy. Gotcha, bitch. It's totally underrated, but my government just restricted internet bandwidth amidst the coup to the main opposition party and protests, so I'm very mad. Where's this? Turkey. Oh, yeah. Turkey's, what, you got Erdogan, if I'm not mistaken? Silk Song is goated, though. Yeah, it's a pretty fun game. Erdogan for 23 consecutive years in a row. Yeah. It's the same problem they have over in Israel, where Netanyahu's been in power for too long, that he just thinks that he can do anything he wants. Same thing with Erdogan. Like, I remember the whole Gezi Park thing. I don't think anyone should be in power too long, because the problem is, when they're in power for too long, then they just get full of themselves and think that they can do whatever they want. That was way back in 2013. I was a literal kid back then. Recently had massive protests in March because of opposition mayors getting arrested. This is merely an outpost for the citadel above, then their capital must be grand beyond message. Perhaps so, they must have prized indeed the work done here to build something so vast in a dangerous place. Gilded veins, they were once, pins will mark stations on your map. These pins will mark vendors on your map. Ari, Barack. I don't know if they're gonna come. Barack, Ari. You want a treat, schmuckos? Turkish government is the reason why EU and the UK is passing laws on internet censorship. Our government demands info to be sent to them in backdoors on every app. It's very sad that the EU is going forward with it. Yeah. It's just effed all around.
Kraki! Oh!
Is Silksong native on Linux? I don't know if it's native, but it's working incredibly well. Haven't had a single issue. Damn it. Need more rosaries. Yo, Barack! Ari! Barack, come here! There we go. Where's your brother? Ari! Come here! You want a treat, buddy? You want a treat? Come here. Come here, Ari. Ari, come here. Come here. Come here. Good boy. There you go, boy. There's two dogs. That's Barack, the younger one, and this is Ari, the older one. There you go. You're a little chonker, though, but you've been losing weight. Your diet's been good for you, huh? Ah. Whew. Oh, yeah, forgot. Not keyboard. It's controller. But yeah, I think I'm getting a little bit tired here. So, I think this will be a good time for us to stop the game, and we can pick up on it tomorrow. Because, of course, I am scheduled to stream tomorrow. But thank you all for joining me. We got to see some cool things about Halo Wireless. We got to see some interesting videos as well, and then we got to test out this game. We'll definitely be playing the hell out of this, at least until Borderlands 4 comes out. That should be out... Yeah. Maybe for Friday I'll be streaming then. I'm looking at getting some heavy machinery so that I can finish up my antenna install. So I may be taking Friday off, and then we'll do a long stream then. We'll see. I will keep y'all posted, of course, in the Discord, and maybe on Blue Sky and Mastodon and everything. But thank you all for joining me. Make sure to follow me on all my socials if you haven't already. I am on Blue Sky, Mastodon, YouTube. We had some great YouTube video come out today, and I have another YouTube video coming out tomorrow that will be talking about... my old school technology I used to use and everything. And of course, join the Discord, the Matrix server. All the links are in bio for the TikTok users. For YouTube, Twitch, Kick, all that. The stuff should be in the chat for all of you. But otherwise, thank you all for joining me. Stick around for the raid if you are over on Twitch. And of course, as always, I love all y'all. Stay safe and happy hacking. I'll see you tomorrow.